Good morning, everyone, and thank you, planning commissioners and city staff, for your participation today. My name is John Costin, and I'm the chair of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. Welcome to the May 13th planning hearing. We've got a lot today. I guess we should just get at it. Any comments down that end?
No, just we recognize it as a very full agenda today. We have numerous briefings that were time sensitive, and so we just had to load it up. So we're going to try for staff end to get through the agenda item briefings as quickly as possible, leaving room for questions, but making sure we have time to get through the briefs so we can go ahead and get started.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Seth Edwards. Development Services Administrator. I'm going to try and keep these as quick as I can, knowing that you've got a full morning here. Item 1 is an ordinance to amend Section 3319 of the city's Streets and Sidewalks Ordinance to consolidate the regulations related to the hauling of sand, gravel, topsoil, fill, or other excavated material. These regulations are currently included in the subdivision regulations, site plan ordinance, and the Streets and Sidewalks Ordinance. This amendment proposes to move all of the aforementioned regulations into the Streets and Sidewalks Ordinance, and this amendment will also allow hauling plans to be included as a part of the site plan or subdivision construction plan review process in order to streamline the overall review process. Staff have not received any opposition to this request and are recommending approval to provide clearer and more consistent guidance for staff and applicants. Yes.
Did you reach out to the site community, the construction people?
Not specifically with this, but this has been an ongoing discussion for years and years.
Right. Okay.
So it's something that staff has wanted to update for clarity. It's something that the external community has wanted to update for clarity. And this puts it all in one place, makes it much more clear what we're asking for, and also attaches it so that right now it goes through a separate process for review and approval, its own application, even if it's part of a site plan or subdivision construction plan that's already coming through us. And now we can combine it through that one process.
I'm fine with it. I just wanted to see if you any recent conversations.
Actually, I'll say that the spur of moving this along was a request from the development community asking us to do this.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Quick and check.
Chair, if I could pause really quick, we just got the WebEx up and working, and Commissioner Plumley is participating virtually, so I just wanted to make that notation. And Commissioner Plumley, if you can go ahead and say that you are here and state the reason for your virtual attendance today and where you are located. You should be able to unmute yourself. Commissioner Plumley, can you hear us? We can go to item 2 and we'll continue to troubleshoot.
Okay, so everyone's good with consent for item 1?
This will be very similar to item 1. I'll be here for 2 and 3, so I hope that you're getting used to my voice here. Item 2 is related to the previous item in an ordinance to amend section 7.1 of the city's subdivision regulations to consolidate all of the regulations related to hauling of sand, gravel, topsoil, fill, or other excavated material. As previously mentioned, these are currently in the subdivision regulations, site plan ordinance, and streets and sidewalks ordinance. And this amendment for item 2 will remove all of the regulations related to those excavated materials from the subdivision regulations. We have not received any opposition to this request and are recommending approval for clearer and more consistent guidance.
Any questions? Consent?
Item 3, once again, is related to the same item of hauling of sand, gravel, topsoil fill, or other excavated material. This specific request for item 3 is to amend section 4 of the city's site plan ordinance to remove all related regulations to that topic. It's all being moved into the city streets and sidewalks ordinance as discussed with item 1, and staff have not received any opposition to this request and recommending approval to provide clearer and more consistent guidance.
Yeah,
So for the purpose of the record, we were asked to submit questions before this hearing. Those would not appear on the public record. So I would just like to clarify for the record that this package of 3 proposed amendments does not add any new requirements, does not change who is reviewing these items. It just groups them in a different place of the code and changes the sequence. In other words, the timing, ideally to streamline it. Are those 3 things correct?
Yes, that is all correct.
Thank you, sir.
you'll be reading them, sir?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Hannah Sabo, Zoning Administrator. Item 4 is an amendment to the mobile homes section, which is Chapter 19 of the City Code. This text amendment updates that section to more align with current policy. Chapter 19 allows for mobile homes, temporary freestanding mobile homes for construction use on construction sites. And it also allows for freestanding mobile homes in an agricultural district in conjunction with a principal residential building. That is not changing. This amendment updates the enforcement department of that Chapter 19 from Public Works to Planning, who is the department that is currently enforcing Chapter 19. This amendment also clarifies one of the conditions for mobile homes on agricultural properties. There is a 400-foot setback from another residence that is listed there, and this clarifies that when we state another residence, that is another residence on an adjacent parcel, not on the primary parcel, not on the primary structure of that same parcel. So this amendment is just making the code in line with current practice and current interpretation. There's been no opposition to this update, and staff does recommend approval of the ordinance. Again, the proposed amendment aligns with current policy and is in keeping with the purpose and intent of City Code. Any questions?
Question? Consent?
Good morning. I get one more that is not related to hauling of excavated material. Item 5 is an ordinance to amend section 5.9 of the city's erosion and stormwater management ordinance to reflect updated stormwater permit fees recently approved by Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. This amendment will update our erosion and stormwater management ordinance to remain compliant with the updated state regulations that become effective on July 1st of this year. Staff have not received any opposition to this request and are recommending approval as presented.
Yeah.
Are these fees fixed by the state? Are they maximum that a locality may go up to? Did the city exercise discretion in choosing these fee amounts?
The fees are set by the state for certain types of projects. It is a percentage goes to the state and a percentage goes to the municipality.
Sir?
Any other questions? Consent?
I will just go ahead and make a notation. They are still trying to work through the WebEx, but I do know Commissioner Plumley will be abstaining from items 1, 2, and 3. And that record, or that letter is on file.
Good morning. The next item is item number 6. Agenda item 6 is a subdivision variance request by Kelco Incorporated for a vacant parcel on Holland Road, 230 feet north of the Princess Anne Road intersection. The subject parcel was created improperly by deed on April 10th of 1962. To legitimize the parcel as a buildable lot, a subdivision plat must be put to record. The applicant intends to put a plat to record for the purpose of constructing one single-family dwelling. The property is within AG2 Agricultural Zoning District, which requires a minimum lot area of 1 acre and a lot width of 150 feet, where the primary use is a single-family dwelling. The existing parcel is 19,000 square feet in lot area with 100-foot lot width. As these do not meet the minimum dimensional standards for the AG2 zoning district, a subdivision variance must be granted before a plat can be approved or put to record. At the time the parcel was created by deed in 1962, the zoning was AR, agriculture restricted, which allowed for single-family dwellings as a permitted use. It required a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet with a minimum lot width of 100 feet. The parcel would have met these dimensional requirements if it had been properly platted at that time. In the decades since, many of the surrounding properties along the section of Holland Road have been rezoned to residential districts such as R7.5, R10, and R15. While the subject parcel is substandard for a proposed residential use, it would be larger than many of the nearby properties within the area for single-family dwellings. Here are a few images of the parcel today. I do want to note the parcel does lie within the Courthouse Historic and Cultural Overlay District. A design for the home has not been provided with this application, but a condition has been recommended to require any future development follow the design guidelines for the HCD and be approved by the Historical Review Board. To encourage development reflective of the surrounding residential uses, a condition has also been recommended to limit the principal use for this property to single-family dwellings only. As the lot size is not out of character with the surrounding area and would have met the zoning requirements at the time of its creation by deed, staff is recommending approval subject to the conditions in the staff report. Staff is unaware of any opposition to this request.
Cromwell?
I've not heard anything in regard, no opposition or anything.
Okay, for consent.
The next item is item number 7, BHC LLC for a subdivision variance at 313 Gatewood Avenue and a vacant parcel to the north. The applicant plans to subdivide the 2 subject parcels to create 5 lots, each to be developed with a single-family dwelling. Here are a few images of the site and what it looks like today. Of the proposed lots, lots 1, 2, 3, and 5 will meet all dimensional requirements of the R5D zoning district. Lot 4, which will have a lot area of about 4,978 square feet and a lot width of 50 feet, would not meet the minimum 5,000 square foot lot area requirement or the 60-foot minimum lot width requirement for a corner lot, and so a variance for lot area and lot width is required. The applicant originally considered building a semi-detached or duplex dwelling at the corner of Gatewood Avenue and Paris Street in place of proposed lots 3 and 4. These would have had the same density of 5 units as the variance proposal and would be approvable by right. Following discussions with nearby residents, the applicant received feedback that the neighbors would prefer single-family development instead of a duplex or semi-detached dwellings. So the applicant presented this plan to develop 5 single-family lots, with lot 4 being deficient in lot area and lot width. Section 9.3 of the subdivision regulations details 5 findings of fact that must be true for granting a variance. In review of this application, staff could not identify a hardship created by the existing parcels or by the zoning ordinance. The 2 subject parcels can be subdivided by right into 4 single-family lots that would meet all the requirements of the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations, or they could develop the property with 3 single-family lots with either a duplex or a semi-detached units. Staff does not agree that the single-family use is staff does agree that the single-family uses preferred by neighbors would better reflect the character of the neighborhood. The applicant could develop the property with 4 single families without the need for this variance. the single-family lots that would meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance and the subdivision regulations. As section 9.3 of the subdivision regulations was determined not to be fully met, staff is recommending denial of this request. Staff has received 4 letters of support from residents of Gatewood Park. 1 letter of opposition was emailed to you all. However, on yesterday, that person retracted that letter of opposition that was also included in your supplements and is no longer in opposition to this request. So there are no opposition to this application. I'm happy to stand by for any questions. Yes, we do have 1 speaker. I'm sorry, there's no letters, but we do have 1 speaker who signed up late yesterday to speak in opposition of the request.
Marshall, am I correct in thinking the only reason staff isn't recommending it is because the applicant is actually creating the hardship?
Yes, there is no, it's a self-created hardship, correct?
Thank you.
Sure.
I read the letters in opposition that we were given. I don't know if you had any direct contact with any of those folks that would help us understand, was part of their opposition the idea that something other than a single-family home would be built? In other words, the potential for a duplex to maximize use of the lot. But the number of homes, whether 4 or 5 single-family homes, was not the issue. Do we have any sense of that?
So yes, so the letter that we received, the person was very serious about having single family. They did not want duplex or semi-detached, but they listed other concerns as well. I assume those were addressed. Some of those concerns, like the size of the lots, the number of homes, impacts to the environment, removal of trees, things in that way, and then safety and increase in traffic.
We'll hear it.
The next item is item number 8, and this is a request by DS Investors Incorporated for subdivision variance at 845 Kennedy Avenue. The existing parcel was created by original plat for the Shadow Lawn Heights in 1924, and it's composed of 5 25-foot wide legally non-conforming lots, and is currently developed with a single-family dwelling. The applicant is seeking to re-subdivide the 5 legally non-conforming lots, which is zone R5S residential single family, into 2 single-family lots. Proposed lot 41A will contain 5,000 square feet of lot area and 50 feet of lot width, meeting the minimum dimensional standards for the R5S. Proposed lot 49A, a corner lot, will contain 5,500 square feet of lot area, but its 55-foot lot width will not meet the additional 10-foot corner lot width of 60 feet as required in section 4.4 C1 of our subdivision regulations. This area of Shadow Lawn Heights has a unique zoning, R5S, which has specific requirements regarding non-conforming lots. When an owner of 2 or more contiguous substandard lots within the R5S looks to develop, they are required to combine those lots to form a lot or lots which will meet or more closely approximate the frontage and area requirements of the ordinance applicable with the R5S. Houses within Shadow Lawn Heights were historically built across multiple 20 or 30-foot wide lots. This unique zoning was enacted by City Council to prevent the owners of contiguous lots from selling these legally non-conforming lots to be redeveloped with thin houses at extreme density that did not match the historical character of the neighborhood. While this application does not meet the 60-foot lot width required of a corner lot within the R5S, the extra 10-foot width requirement comes from the subdivision regulations rather than the zoning ordinance required to be met under section 502E regarding non-conforming lots within the R5S. In 2011, the City Council granted a subdivision variance for a 55-foot wide lot at 803 Terrace Avenue. So this application is not the first of its type in this area. 28 residents have provided letters opposition to this proposal. Their concerns are that this variance would create a precedent by which future variances would be encouraged and lead to the creation of additional houses that do not fit the character of the neighborhood. Additional concerns related to development at the intersection, potentially creating traffic visibility and safety issues for pedestrians and bicyclists within the neighborhood. The applicant does intend to meet the 15-foot side setback along Rudy Avenue, which should serve to provide the standard corner visibility within R5S. Staff is including a condition that the homes be constructed with materials reflective of the surrounding dwellings to preserve the character of the neighborhood. As the proposal will meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance and is consistent with previous council action, staff is recommending approval of this request, subject to the conditions in your staff report. Be happy to answer any questions.
So I spoke with the association president to find out what was going on exactly, and the neighborhood has been having a bunch of people subdivide their property by right. And they have been hoping to stop this in some way. And they thought, well, maybe if we try to stop the people who are doing it when they need some sort of variance. Unfortunately, that's not really going to work because there are only maybe 4 left that could even need that kind of a variance. And apparently the reason they had this 50-foot requirement in the first place was because they didn't want to have these 30-foot pieces of property and they're these tiny little houses. So I'm not sure how I justify turning down somebody who's doing what everybody else is doing just because they're a couple feet off somewhere. So I'm personally leaning towards voting for this right now and trying to do some research for the neighborhood to find out, the extent of what's going on, just to clarify for sure that really there are only maybe 4 more that could even, that would even require some kind of variance. But to me, this is a bit of a tilting at windmill situation where they really want to stop this from happening, except that they kind of can't, I don't think. So as I say, I'm not quite sure how I justify saying no to somebody doing the same thing everybody else is doing by right, just because if it's a couple of people off, a couple of feet off. But I don't know if anybody has any thoughts about that.
How many speakers?
I don't believe so, no.
Further discussion? On what?
According to the information that was sent out by Eddie Bourdon, I believe it says that there are already 4 corner lots, 50 by 100, and there are 27 existing corner lots, 55 by 100. So I don't see that we don't have much ground to stand on as far as, looks like he's joining what's already there.
On the setback requirement at the corner, can you help me out? I think you said that on the Rudy Avenue side, the proposed plan will satisfy the requirement,
Yes, I think it's 15 feet.
but does that tell us on the Kennedy Avenue side, it will not? It will not meet the setback on that side?
No, it does. You mean 49A? Is that what you're asking?
One of these is deficient, 49A.
49A is the one that was deficient.
And is it, okay, so, and that's a corner lot. Is it deficient on both street frontages or only one of the street frontages? It's a setback from both sides, right?
The deficiency is to lot.
To the lot width.
So the proposal will still meet the setback requirements for the structure, but the request is for corner lot width. So where it would need 60, it is proposing 55 feet.
That's the only deficiency.
Okay, so the land isn't big enough, but the proposed building is far enough away from the street to not be a problem. Is that what we're being told? So am I correct in visualizing this, that we were told again offline on the Q&A that the reason for this setback issue was assumed to be good sight lines for traffic safety? But you're telling me that even though the land might be a little too narrow, the building's not going to be in the way of the sight lines?
Correct, and if they did move forward with a proposal that did not meet the setback requirements of the district, that would require a variance from the Board of Zoning Appeals.
Okay, thank you for the clarifications.
So how do we?
Nobody's
consent?
signed to speak.
We don't have anyone signed up to speak right now.
We put on consent.
Everybody good?
This is a staff recommendation.
Of approval.
Oh, sorry, wrong one. Wrong one.
But good eye, you never know. We skirt through these things.
Catherine, will you read it?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, can I ask one question about this? Just the process. So on this application, we just had 29 letters of opposition. But it turns out nobody came down to speak.
That's right.
And we're putting it on consent. And we're putting it on consent to pass it. So is it our, just as a practice, are we really saying writing letters is all good and well, but if you actually want to influence the planning commission, or at least have a say-so, you need to actually come down here? Is that the takeaway?
Walter, you can put it, you can say you want to hear it.
I know that. I actually don't have a problem with what they're proposing. My concern is with the public input. We had overwhelming opposition, and we're just going ahead with it. And if that's the will of this commission, that's fine. I just want to call attention to it. This isn't just one letter.
No, so I spoke with the association president about this because I was concerned and I wanted to understand what was happening. And I think he was of the opinion I was that if it's a small number of houses where there's even a question of being able to stop anything, it might be sort of a tilting and windmills kind of situation. He and I have a plan for further steps for looking into what's going on in the neighborhood. And I just don't know how we justify doing this. They're trying to stop a problem that is not one that we can fix with this. This would stop one house, and then all the others can subdivide all they want.
I think I got the answer to my question about our process, that if the public wants to influence this commission, they need to show up.
I don't think so. I would say the same thing if they came here. I would listen to them all talk, you would listen to them all talk, and we'd still have to say the same thing. I'm not sure how we justify doing this. This is a recorded meeting. You know, they can, every one of them was able to call any one of us, including me. The problem is that they want to stop something that they can't stop, and this won't help, unfortunately.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask that this be heard. I'd like a public record so that those 29 people and the others know that we gave it serious consideration, even if it's a unanimous vote. I'd just like them to know we did consider their letters. They weren't unheard.
Okay, we'll hear it.
Good morning. Agenda item 9 is a request for a modification of conditions to an existing conditional use permit for a farm stand to allow a food truck as an accessory use. The site is currently contains a 5,400 square foot farm stand as well as growing fields. The proposed food truck will be located to the west of the existing farm stand and will prepare food sourced from the farm, sold at the farm stand, or produced locally. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to add picnic tables directly behind the food truck for use by its patrons. The proposed modification of conditions to allow a food truck as an accessory use to an existing farm stand is, in staff's opinion, acceptable. The food truck will provide an amenity for the community and visitors and will not result in any land disturbance. Staff has not received any opposition to this request. Again, staff is recommending approval subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
I've not heard anything, and I think it would be a good idea.
Yep.
Agenda item 10 is a request for a modification of conditions to alter the concept plan associated with the 2025 modification of conditions, specifically to relocate the proposed car wash to the west side of the parking lot at 3736 Centera Way to improve on-site traffic flow and overall site functionality. There are slight modifications to the overall dealership expansion plan that was approved in 2025, specifically related to the timing. While the expansion was originally anticipated to be done in 2 phases, the applicant now intends to make the improvements in 3 phases. Phase 1 will include the car wash, and phase 2 and 3 will include various building additions. In addition to the landscaping conditioned with previous approvals, staff has worked with the applicant to provide a buffer along the west property line to include a privacy fence and evergreen trees to buffer the proposed car wash from the adjacent assisted living facility. Following the 2025 modification of conditions, zoning staff conducted a site inspection to ensure compliance with the 2025 approved conditions. During that inspection, it was noted that vehicle inventory was being parked on the vacant undeveloped site 3736 Centera Way. As such, a notice of violation was issued to the property owner on December 18th, 2025 for failure to adhere to the conditions of the conditional use permit. The complaint was fully resolved in April of 2026 when all vehicles were removed from the site. Based on considerations, staff is recommending approval of this request subject to the conditions in the staff report. Additionally, staff has had additional conversations with the planning commissioner for the district and the applicant, and there has been the agreement to add an additional condition related to the installation of temporary fencing fronting along Centera Way for the duration of construction. Additionally, staff did have a speaker who was signed up to speak in opposition of this request, but with the proposed additional conditions, that speaker has decided they no longer wish to speak at today's hearing.
I'd like to add to that. We have, Councilman Bellucci and myself have been working with the applicant's lawyer, and they will, on their own accord, clean up the site before the construction starts and put it's a chain link, 6-foot chain link fence with a screen on it. And but what we have found out that they cannot get a CO on this phase, on this property, until the landscaping is done. So that pretty much takes care of our issues and the Civic League's issues. So that, why we decided, we wanted to make sure that that was in the ordinance and the proffers. And so we're good with everything that, we've been doing a lot of talking back and forth. So, I'm fine with everything, and no opposition, and we're good for consent as far as I'm concerned.
Additional
With the
condition.
additional
With the
condition,
additional conditions, yes.
does the condition need to be read out?
Yes, and staff is working on having draft language prepared that can be read into the record. So my thought would be, while there are active site, building, or other similar permits, a 6-foot tall chain link fence with dark mesh fabric shall be installed and maintained along the Centera Way frontage to screen the construction area from the right-of-way and adjacent property owners.
Sounds good.
Sir?
I will.
Thank you.
Yes, consent.
Good morning, everybody. Agenda item 11 is a request for a modification of conditions. Parcels located at 550 First Colonial Road, Suite 23C, Zone B2 Business District. The suite currently holds a conditional use permit for microblading, but would like to modify to incorporate traditional tattooing. The current business operates as a beauty salon that hosts various independent small businesses that offer various health, beauty, and wellness services within the 6,120 square foot space. Proposed hours of operations are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. by appointment only, Sunday to Saturday. The suite currently holds 35 individual micro suites, each of which are around 110 square feet. The applicant is not proposing any new signage. Staff has not received any forms of opposition and therefore is recommending approval of this request subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Any comments, questions, concerns? Consent?
Not here, Holly.
Can we read the next one? You might just write this
Yeah.
down.
Okay, good.
Or I
Yeah,
would have been first.
sure. Well, somebody do
Item number 12, this is request for a modification of the conditions of an existing conditional use permit for a communication tower on a 25,000 square foot R10 residential parcel, which was approved by City Council in March of 2023. With the previous CUP approval, there were conditions requiring preservation of mature trees along the southeastern access road and around the tower compound. The applicant, Virginia Electric Power Company, BEPCO, proposes a 6,500 square foot expansion of the existing substation, which is permitted by right. Expansion requires removal of 6 trees, 2 trees along the southeastern portion of the site, and 4 trees along the western portion of the site. Tree removal along the southeastern access conflicts with Condition 8 of the previous approval on the site. Staff evaluated the requests based on the original intent of Condition 8, which was to preserve mature trees in order to maintain visual buffering and minimize impacts on adjacent properties. It is true that the removal of these trees will reduce existing vegetation. However, per the applicant, in order to expand the substation to provide better service to the area, these trees will need to be removed. The applicant will be installing 3 evergreen trees and 6 shrubs that were part of the original 2023 conceptual plan that were never installed. Staff finds that over time, the proposed landscaping will provide a more consistent and intentional buffering on the site. Additionally, the proposed substation expansion supports essential public utility infrastructure, which is an important factor in considering the requested modification. The applicant did reach out to adjacent property owners and held an open house meeting on Tuesday, April 28th of this year from 5 to 7. To present the proposal and to respond to any questions that the nearby neighbors had. 2 residents did attend that meeting, and their major concerns, or they wanted updates on how the expansion of the substation would assist in addressing recurring outages in the area. Staff is recommending approval and is unaware of any opposition. The applicant did say how they would try to maintain these landscaping. They're going to hire a contractor who will come and water the plants to make sure that they are alive for up to a year, and they'll continue to do that to make sure that the plantings that are planted don't just die. Okay? Any questions?
Thank you, Marshall, I appreciate it. When I first read this application, there was a sentence that just frustrated me a little bit, and I was able to get clarification from Marshall, and so I'd like to share that with all of you. Specifically here, that the original CUP in 2023, the trees that were required but never installed, that just like struck out with me as frustration, because oftentimes when we're going through these processes, an applicant will commit to something, and then when it doesn't happen, we get a lot of feedback, of course, from the community, and I think there comes a perception of mistrust. And so when I reached out to Marshall, I said, hey, what happened here? And so come to find out that our current applicant was not the same applicant for 2023. And so our current applicant is not responsible for that. And so that was an important distinction for me. But also in moving forward with these types of applications, we recognize how important our environment is and our tree growth, that the commitment to replace these trees. And so I'm just asking the commission, maybe just for a little conversation on how we can ensure that this happens. I'm very pleased to hear that the applicant will maintain the landscaping for over a year. I mean, when you lose a mature tree, you can't get that back, but there is the opportunity for growth, and they are taking the adequate steps. So I recognize the need and then the efforts of this applicant, but I hope that we can continue to make this a priority.
So first I'll follow up on your comment. I think you're right. I think staff already has enough problems without going around to making sure people did what they said they were going to do. But perhaps we could consider, and I don't even know that we have the authority to, but perhaps we could consider some conditions such as not only will you plant the trees, but you will provide the city with verification that it has been done with pictures or something. Yeah, 3 months, 6 months from now that it's been done and they're still alive. But then I have another problem with this, and that is, in general on trees, we've been briefed on tree canopy, and we were told that it's aspirational, but we're hoping that every year our tree canopy grows a little, and there are certain numbers, percentages that have been set, and we're supposed to be working towards that. Yet, every month that I'm on this commission, trees are coming down, and I thought they were being replaced. In particular, I'm going to point out where there was a big apartment development by Haynes behind the AAA, where hundreds of trees were being cut down. And I understood that where there was no room to put those trees again on that site, that the developer was putting money into a fund and that trees were being planted in other locations, such as schools or parks or medians where there was room for trees. I have been corrected and told that absolutely is not happening. That only happens if it's public land.
Yes.
If it's a private developer and a private developer cuts down all the trees, we are not requiring them to replace them anywhere or to pay into a fund. So in fact, that policy does not coincide with our tree canopy policy. So at some point, we need to reconcile those two. That's my comment.
I had a quick question, but if I can follow up on Vice Chair Byler's, could we get staff's confirmation? Is the understanding that she just expressed correct or not correct?
That is correct, and I talked to staff from Parks and Rec again yesterday just to confirm that. And with the briefing on the urban forest management plan, it was mentioned, you know, the goal to have a 45% urban tree canopy by 2045, and that potential mechanisms to do that. And the arborist at the time gave a list of potential ways that could happen, one of which was incentivizing it or requiring some sort of payment into a tree fund for planting elsewhere. But at this time, there is no policy or program established by the city for that. And again, as Commissioner Byler mentioned, there's a policy when it's city projects or trees on city property, but not for private.
Thank you for that. So my question is quick. Ms. Coleman, on the diagram you have here, if I understand right, the two trees in what I'll call the lower right corner, is that the southeast corner? Those are the two that would be in
This part of the
conflict?
yes.
Okay, if you could go back in your presentation to the photograph showing that.
Page 14.
Okay, right there. So I went to the site, and this must have been taken a little while ago. If I look at the photo on the right, are those two evergreen trees the two we're talking about here?
It looks like it's in that area,
Yeah.
but
So
it appears.
they're both dead now. And so removing dead trees does not offend me in the sense that we're almost being asked to make an exception for something that isn't an exception. My second point is we've been using the term mature trees. Those two trees look like they were recently planted with the last project. They're 4 feet tall. They're hardly what I would call mature trees. And on the plan, they're referred to as existing trees, not mature trees. So my interpretation of what is being proposed now and the requirements that are in place is that A, the project will only remove something that's already dead. And two, what they're removing is not mature, so it does not conflict with the prohibition on removing mature trees. For those reasons, I'm okay with what they want to do.
Yes.
On this kind of goes in with Green Ribbon Committee that I'm on, liaison. We also have, for the past 4 months and up to June, we have a tree committee that we have been getting a lot of information from the city, from the arborist, about what the Green Ribbon Committees will want to suggest to the city on canopy. So what I'd like to figure out if we can have after our last tree committee meeting to have a update from that for this committee, because we talk a lot about tree canopy. So I would like to bring everybody up to speed, because I don't know enough to be able to do it myself. So I'd like to get somebody, you know, the arborist from the city or somebody that once we, because we've got next week is our next tree, and then June will be our last, and then we submit information to the Green Ribbon Committee on the next process. So I'd like to see if we could do that, if that's good with everybody, for informational purposes.
Yeah, you, me, and Whitney can coordinate
Yes.
on that.
And so my recommendation would be for consent, but I did want to clarify, Marshall, so for condition number 11 was what the applicant has agreed to replace. You also indicated that they've agreed to maintenance.
Yes.
I'd like to add that into the condition,
Okay.
if the commission would
Yes,
support that.
yes.
And would it be most of, I know they said 1 year, but just as I'm not a gardener, would that be considered like, you know,
Standard.
1 season, 2 seasons? I just, with standards?
Say that louder.
That's normally standard for the 1 year for keeping new vegetation or plantings alive,
Okay,
to my knowledge.
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
For consent?
Yeah.
I knew she didn't hear you, that's why I was like.
Holly, I have a question for you. If you want to, it says that we'll replace the existing landscaping, well, and condition 11, you quoted condition 11, correct?
Yes.
When you say landscaping, is that landscaping tree or shrubs?
Yeah, so I thank you for that clarification. I think we should add the language from page 4, 3 evergreen trees and 6 shrubs.
Versus just landscaping, because you don't know if they're gonna plant all shrubs or all trees or what.
That's a good point. Well, you know what, maybe it would then be in our best interest, since we have to get clarification, why don't we go ahead and hear this, and then we can engage with the applicant, and we'll get clarification on that.
Maybe we ask them to send a photo afterwards as well. Add that in.
Thank you.
So before we get off the tree topic, am I the only one concerned that we hold the city responsible for replacing trees that are cut, but we do not have any standard for holding private developers responsible for cutting trees?
We talked about that when we had our canopy brief. That was one of the sticking points, that it's only on city land and that we can't hold, we have no mechanism to hold private developers to that same standard.
Does city council have some mechanism? Is this something that we should consider writing a letter to council and asking them to address?
The state code does allow for reasonable rules and regulations for mitigation of trees that are cut down in the public rights of way for private development. I don't know of a similar statute that would allow authority for tree mitigation when it's cut down on the private property. But there is potential mechanism for replacement of trees that are removed on public property incidental to private development.
Right. Again, but we know it's not just about aesthetics. It's not just about clean air. It's about our resilience problem. It's about all kinds of issues we have.
I'm hoping that maybe we can get a little clarification from whatever's going to come out of the tree committee through the Green Ribbon, and hopefully that can help this conversation maybe move a little bit further.
And I brought that issue up about not holding developers accountable like we are, the city, you know, like the cities, me and putting, but it's, we, you know, our hands are tied, you know, state ordinance, you know.
And I'd be curious to know even though we have a standard, I wonder if we meet that standard as a city also.
Thank you.
Want to hear the item?
you.
Let's,
Agenda item 13 is a request for a rezoning from R7.5 Residential District to P1 Preservation District. The city-owned vacant parcel is on Upton Drive, directly north of 1088 Nimmo Parkway, and lies within the 65 to 70 sub-area to ACUS. Public Works is seeking to change the zoning of this parcel to preserve it for potential future use of tree plantings. Due to the site size being at 1.8 acres, the applicant is asking for a deviation from the minimum lot requirements of 5 acres per Article 3, Section 302A. Public Works currently does not have a set site plan, but as stated before, has discussed possible plantings. Staff has not received any forms of opposition, therefore we are recommending approval of this request, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Good for consent, ma'am?
No.
Wait a minute, that's a question.
So I was not satisfied with the questions asked, again, off the record before this, and I would like to hear this item. The reason that I want to hear it is it does not appear to me that the staff has applied parts of the comprehensive plan that apply to this. I do not understand that if we were told city council directed this, but I can find no record of any city council discussion or vote or indication. And we just got into a controversy about the comp plan and being told whether city council did or didn't direct us to do something. And we've got that as an answer again. So I'd like to sort this out. It's one of these ones that it's fine if the commission overwhelmingly votes one way or another, but I have a process problem here.
Good morning. So just to answer your question, Commissioner, I spoke with our real estate agent, Tim Copeland, about this. This was the direction provided by City Council when it was presented to City Council and closed. The public hearing process will come once it goes to Planning Commission and City Council. So if you want to hear it for public process, that would be, but Tim's just going from the direction of City Council to do this.
Well, I guess my point, and maybe this is an overall process thing, we have a staff report that doesn't tell us that. The only way that I found out about it was asking, how did this come about? Because Public Works is not normally in the process of creating parks. That would be Parks and Rec, and this isn't coming from Parks and Rec. There is a bigger issue here that I do think we ought to hear it on, and that is, we have been told over and over again that there's a housing crisis. This land is currently zoned for residential use. We just recently watched City Council take, over 75 acres of preservation land and turn it into housing at West Neck because of this imperative. And yet here we have land zoned for housing with lots of support services in an established residential area. And for some reason, we're saying, no, we shouldn't put houses here, where otherwise it would seem like a natural fit. With the comp plan, our infill development, it's a lot that's smaller than we normally have for parks. I asked the question, is there something special about this lot? Is there some champion oak tree that we're trying to save here? And the site visit and the answer, no, this is just vacant land that was a leftover. So I think we need to put it on the record that for some reason, we're not going to follow this imperative to put housing for infill development where housing belongs. And if the answer is it's because City Council in closed session decided that, fine. In the future, that should be in the staff report so we don't spend all this time on something City Council's already decided. Just my personal opinion.
Any more comments?
I spoke with Council Wilson yesterday. She told me this was her idea. I was not aware there was any kind of controversy or secret discussions about this. I didn't think there was any unusual situation here. But I'll ask her between now and the meeting if she can give me some further input about this specific project.
Well, I'll just say that, and I'm sorry to speak out of turn, but I don't personally need it. I think it needs to be on the record. We have nearly 1,000 homeowners in West Neck that were told that P1 preservation land isn't going to stay that way, that the need for housing is that we're going to put homes outside your back windows. And so over here, before we waste seedlings and create another P1 parcel that doesn't meet the normal requirements and it's ready to go for housing, I think on the record, we just ought to say what's going on here. I think we owe the folks of West Neck and everywhere else just the straight answer on the record.
West Neck was just such a completely different situation. I'm not even sure how you compare the two, but it's perfectly reasonable to discuss this project.
Well, we're going to hear it. We're going to hear it, so.
Agenda item 14 is a request for a conditional use permit for an assembly use. The applicant is intending to host a maximum of 10 weddings per year within an existing 10,080 square foot barn for a maximum of 100 guests per wedding, with the final maximum number determined by the fire marshal. The applicant is proposing to meet parking by utilizing the grass field located directly behind the barn, as well as an 18 by 70 foot asphalt parking pad located to the direct east of the barn. This request for a conditional use permit for an assembly use is in staff's opinion acceptable. The proposed use will not result in any land disturbance, require any changes to the existing well and septic systems, or impact the site's primary agricultural use as a horse farm. The proposal was presented before the Agricultural Advisory Commission for their review at their April 13th meeting, and the commission voted to support the application as proposed. Additionally, the applicant has provided a petition of support with signatures from 10 surrounding property owners. Again, staff is recommending approval of this request subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
I've not heard any opposition. I was at the Agricultural Reserve or Agricultural Commission meeting, and the condition that it be reviewed every 5 years, and the condition was, included, so I think all is well.
For consent?
For consent as written with that additional condition.
With the additional condition?
Yes, with the additional condition.
Okay. Agenda item 15 is a request for a conditional use permit for a family daycare home within a single-family dwelling for up to 12 children. There are no exterior changes to the site proposed, and the applicant is intending to utilize a portion of the front yard to provide an outdoor play area for the children. The proposed outdoor play area will be fully enclosed with a pre-assembled metal fence panels. The request for a conditional use permit for a family daycare home is, in staff's opinion, acceptable. A family daycare home will provide a valuable service and is considered compatible within the residential uses in the comprehensive plan. Staff is recommending that pickup and drop-off times be staggered to avoid the potential for congestion in the right-of-way, as noted in condition 1 in the staff report. Additionally, staff is recommending condition 3, which would limit the number of home occupations to 1 to further minimize potential traffic impacts to the street. Staff has received 18 letters of support for this request. Again, staff is recommending approval of this request subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Commissioner Schoonover?
I've heard nothing.
Nothing. Good for consent? Can you read it, ma'am?
Agenda item 16 is a request for a conditional use permit for a family daycare home. The parcel is located at 757 Hilltop Road, zoned R 7.5 residential district, and lies within the greater than 75 ACUs. The applicant is requesting to care for up to 12 children with ages ranging from newborns to 12 years old. It was brought to my attention this week, actually, that the applicant was given a notice of violation by the health department, and that's why they're attempting to come into compliance with the submittal of this application. Hours of operation are 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Will consist of 2 employees. Pickup and drop-off will be conditioned to be staggered, and customers will utilize parking on site. The applicant is not proposing any new signage. Children will have access to an outdoor area, which is approximately 2,000 square feet, as outlined in the previous red outline on the site plan. The outdoor play area is composed of sand and offers various play structures. Fencing was recently installed in 2024 and is in good condition. Staff has received a petition of support with 12 signatures and 6 letters of support as well. 2 letters of opposition were also submitted, noting concerns with traffic, safety, noise, and neighborhood character impacts. Staff is recommending approval of this request, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
Do we know what the health violation was?
At this time, I do not know.
Do you know if it's been corrected or know anything about it?
She has stopped operating and is only operating with the by right number of 4 children currently.
We had a speaker.
Chair Costin, I think since we are charged with looking out for the health, safety, and welfare of the public, I believe that this ought to be heard so we can ask the applicant questions about this violation and her operation that have not been determined as yet.
Here.
And I will note Commissioner Plumley has to abstain on this item.
Thank you.
Agenda item 17 is a request for a conditional use permit for motor vehicle sales and rentals to rent and sell low-speed vehicles. The site currently contains a vacant office building which will be retained, and no modification to the exterior materials of the building are proposed. All low-speed vehicles, whether rented or purchased, will be delivered directly to the customer, or if picked up by the customer, will require a trailer, as no low-speed vehicles will be permitted to be driven off of the lot. Any test drives will be done within the site's parking lot, and no off-site test drives will be permitted. In staff's opinion, the request for a conditional use permit for motor vehicle sales and rentals for the sale and rental of low-speed vehicles is acceptable as an interim use. The subject site is located within the Hilltop Strategic Growth Area Master Plan, which designates this area for non-residential, pedestrian-oriented mixed-use development. The proposed use is in keeping with the auto-oriented uses and landscape of the district today and is deemed appropriate as an interim use until the surrounding area begins to redevelop, consistent with the recommendations of the Hilltop SGA plan. As such, staff is recommending a 5-year time limit of the use. Display area landscaping as required by the site plan ordinance is proposed, as well as improved landscaping along the Donna Drive and Nevin Road frontages. Parking lot and building foundation landscaping are also proposed. Additionally, the applicant has agreed to install bicycle parking per the recommendations of the Department of Parks and Recreation. The applicant has provided example sign rendering, which include a building-mounted sign and door signage, both of which will require separate sign permits. In staff's opinion, this use will not be detrimental or negatively impact adjacent properties. Based on the considerations in the staff report, staff is recommending approval of this request, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Any questions? Consent? Read it for us.
I read it.
Thank you, sir.
Agenda item 18 is a request for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental for 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 104. The applicant is seeking to operate a 1-bedroom short-term rental within the 14,500 square foot Oceans 2 condominium complex. Oceans 2 has 42 units, with 15 of those units operating as short-term rentals with conditional use permits. There is 1 assigned parking space for this unit in one of the condominium's 2 parking lots, thus fulfilling the parking requirement. On November 24th, 2025, a notice of violation was issued for the operation of a short-term rental without a conditional use permit or short-term rental zoning permit. The violation was resolved on December 29th, 2025, when the rental listings were deactivated. The site is not currently advertised, and the last known documented stay was September 21st of 2025. Staff is recommending approval of the request, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report.
Camp or?
Sure, I can do it. Yep.
And agenda item 19 is also a request for conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 202. But at this time, the applicant has submitted a request, which can be found at your seats, for a 30-day deferral, as they are still working with the property owner to acquire the needed documentation for the application to move forward.
Oh, that's the agenda?
Minutes. Mr. Chair, for the 3 sets of minutes that are on the agenda, I will ask Commissioner Anderson, since you were not present at the formal informal, would you like to abstain from the voting of those minutes?
Need to abstain for being absent.
Okay, so therefore, the motion that I would read would be that the informal hearing minutes from April 8th will be passed by consent, accepting Commissioner Anderson abstention, and that the site visits, the minutes of the site visits from May 7th will be passed by consent, accepting Chair Costin, Commissioners Hippen, and Commissioners Plumley on that one, because the 3 of you were not present unless you would like.
That's fine.
And is Commissioner Plumley online?
He is online, but since we haven't gotten the WebEx working, so he can hear it, but he's not able to actively participate.
Before I make the motion, could you confirm with him that he wants to abstain on this? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I did want to make one quick note on item 11, which was placed on your consent agenda. We do have one speaker, but they're neutral. They're not in opposition. So you can keep it on the consent agenda and just call that speaker up during that item.
Got deferred.
Oh.
This is the last one got deferred.
30 days.
30 days.
19 was the first. I thought I heard that. And I was like, nobody was talking.
We want to briefly run through the agenda before we start the briefings.
So it appears that we have one item for 30-day deferment, agenda item 19, and we have 13 items on the consent. That would be agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, 17, and 18, and 5 items to be heard, agenda items 7, 8, 12, 13, and 16, and of course the minutes.
For the briefings? All right, we're gonna start it off with a briefing from our IT tech team. So there will be an update to the voting process and software at your next month's hearing, so they're just gonna run through that really quickly. Thank you, Caitlin. Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
My name is Tiffany Gardner-Smith. I am with IT. To my right, I have 2 of my staff members from the planning tech team, Rachel Lavier and Troy DeLawrence. For today, we wanted to quickly provide an overview of the voting tablet upgrade and transition for Planning Commission. So as Caitlin mentioned, we are switching your voting tablets to a new platform. So today we're having training. So today is the 13th. So today is your quick overview. We will be changing the voting devices on June 10th. So for Planning Commission, on June 10th, when you walk into chambers, you will have a new voting device. So currently, you are familiar with the X2s that sit at the dais, right? You click the button to vote or cast your motion. That is no longer going to be your device. We are switching to iPads, something similar to this, and we're going to pass around a sample in a few minutes so you can actually get a chance to touch, feel, and ask some questions, okay? No, you cannot mess it up. Okay, so voting with the iPads, this is your new experience. So of course, very similar to current day. When you cast your vote, you'll have the option to click aye, nay, abstain. Currently, there are 4 bubbles on the screen. However, you'll only select aye, nay, or abstain, depending on, of course, your vote. After you cast your vote, it will show the color. So for instance, for aye, it will be green. For nay, it will be red. Okay. When it is time to call for a mover, you'll get a prompt to move. Of course, all the iPads will have a prompt, and you'll click the button to move. It will be a big green button. And then, of course, once we have the move, we'll have the option to second. You'll click the big green button to second. All right. After all motions, the vote will be open, and basically all commissioners will have the option to vote. That's where you see the bubbles to say aye, nay, or abstain. Right, once all the vote is complete on the iPad, what you will see is the final result. You'll have the indicator whether or not the item passed or failed, and you'll see the vote results based on the members that voted. After the vote is complete, on the screens in chambers, currently you have a few screens in chambers, you will see the vote results as well, and you'll see the final result, whether it passed or failed, and the summary by commissioner of who voted, and the vote results. What you will not see are your pictures. Your beautiful faces will no longer show on the screen, but your names will be there, okay? Yeah, so this is a sample view of what it is you will see in chambers. Of course, you'll have multiple screens in the room. All right, any questions before my team kind of pass around iPads? We're just gonna do a quick show and tell. So you can click a button, kind of get a feel for what you will see in action on June 10th. For today's Planning Commission meeting, you will use the old tablet. However, on June 10th, you will not, okay? But my team will be here to provide support, make sure you can touch the devices and access the device and vote, and we'll just be on standby to provide assistance.
Commissioner Camp has a question.
Could you go back to slide 8, please?
Sure.
When I look on the right-hand side where the vote is tallied, will all of the nays be grouped up there and then the yays, or are the names always going to be in the same order?
So the names will display, the tally will be present. You have a concern?
He's asking, will the order of names as presented be the same, or will the noes be up and the yes be up? Will they be grouped as you see them on the
They will be grouped as you see here.
Okay, so some of us may think that we're famous, but I would imagine the majority of the public don't know us.
Okay.
Yes, they do.
I would just say that for them to understand who is who in sorting out the vote, I hope that this slide will be held static for long enough for the public to match up some names with our nameplates to see who voted which way.
So that's where your clerk comes in. The clerk will keep this on for as long as possible until the next item is ready to be called.
Thank you for the clarification.
No problem.
They know who's who. They know who's who.
You're famous.
No, you're more famous than you realize.
Infamous.
Yes.
It's not by district number.
It's not by seating, not by
alphabetical.
district.
It's not by anything. Maybe it's who pushed the button first.
It's,
Okay.
Ask more questions.
It's the way your agenda is going to display, so
Yeah.
you're going to be able to see everything on your agenda and scroll through.
Oh, we request to speak from
Now,
this?
here we go.
We request to speak from this?
we're seeing
No,
the
the
demo.
voting, yeah, the voting.
No, your request to speak similar to how you do today. So what I have on screen, just so you can see. There you go. So what you should see on the iPad is the option to move, and then the option to second, and then once you open the vote, you should see the bubbles. So you should see that on the screen.
Pretty simple.
Yes.
All right.
Do you mind if I move that maybe over here, so? No, not the paper.
Leave it
I can,
stay,
so that
and
way.
then once the clerk sees everything come in, she'll close the vote and save it. Yeah, I can take a quick picture of the vote. I'm usually scribbling it down.
Yeah, I'm gonna change
It's pretty simple.
Any questions?
You can pass it to that.
Walter, you got any more questions? No, I don't need to.
Thank you all.
Beautiful. See it.
You know, I'm concerned about the public. I want the public to be able to understand what we're doing here. And if we can do that easily, I think that's part of our job.
Yeah.
So you would press the button to vote. And then once that
If you
happens.
change your mind, you can.
Yeah, you could change your mind.
Go over it
And
with
then
us next.
the person will wind up losing the vote.
Let me get to our
Is
seat.
this just
They're sitting there calling your name, aren't they?
like what?
They're sitting there calling you, hey girl.
Tell me about the absent button, how you gonna vote out?
Well,
You lost another bet, didn't you?
Not me, I don't make them. I'm not a gambler.
Oh, you lost, oh, that's right, last
That's your
meeting.
birthday present.
but yeah, you shouldn't need to vote after.
Well, only the person that screen.
You gonna text him to?
Everybody gets it, so.
Yeah, they send us a listing. They send us a listing every time, when you join, we got a new listing.
Yeah.
It's in your email.
You got mine? It's seconded. Everybody gets this screen here to, you have to vote again, but it's not.
Yeah, that screen I get, but the who moved and who did the second, sometimes there's overlap and confusion.
Oh, it's probably my personal email, right?
Probably would wind up being.
Because that time I didn't have a work email.
Yeah, you didn't have one yet, but you might not have been.
Well, I thought I was able to push things, I was gonna do something. No, I just supposed to just play a movie for me.
Yay, nay. Everything is just a bit shaky.
Let's move on to the next one.
Good morning again. Hannah Sabo, Zoning Administrator. I have the next two briefings. So the first one is to go over specifically looking at the legislative updates that will be impacting the zoning ordinance. So these are the list of updates that we specifically have our eyes on. There were updates to the state code. And so when the state legislator writes updates to that state code, some are very explicit. Some specifically tell the localities what they have to allow, or they are no longer allowed to allow in certain areas. Some are general guidance and give localities specific powers. They specifically say we can now regulate a certain type of use in a certain way. And when those updates to the state code come out, the local municipalities have to update our codes to match those state codes. And so we are required to make sure that our ordinance matches those codes every year. Whenever they come out with that update to that state code, we most likely have to update ours here. And so for that reason, and you can see that there are some of these that are effective on July 1 of this year. There are going to be some updates that are coming within the next month that we do need to move forward on in an expeditious manner. And so I'm going to go over those today kind of quickly. I'm not going to get into a whole lot of specific detail with many of these, but we are going to update our code to comply with the letter of the law here. Some of them are worth a deeper and more intensive look. When we look at accessory dwelling units, for example, that is one that is, should be looked at with cohesion with the entire ordinance. And luckily, we do have a zoning ordinance rewrite coming up. So I will say that for specifically that one, we will have an update that will come out July 1, 2027, will meet the requirement of the state code, but it will also be something that we'll be looking at for a more more elegant solution, I think, that really meets and looks at the entire code as a whole, and that will be happening during the zoning ordinance rewrite. So I just want to kind of have that two steps here. One is make sure that we're complying with the state code, and two, acknowledge that we are doing a zoning ordinance rewrite, and that there will be, I think, some more cohesive and elegant solutions to some of these that will come about as part of that update. I'm going to touch on all of these except for House Bill 642, and that's adult use of cannabis. That one is still there are still some updates to that. And that one we are briefing council on that one next month on the 16th. And so for time's sake, we're not going to get into that one today, but I just wanted to have it on here so you know that it is definitely on our radar. It is a big part of the radar. But moving straight into these other ones, starting with the ones that are effective July 1 of this year. House Bill 277 concerns wireless facilities. And so this one, it does not necessarily require a zoning ordinance update, but it does limit staff's ability to enforce compliance with a proffered or conditioned plan. So what this says is that we cannot deny a modification of an existing wireless facility for a co-location, removal, or replacement of a transmission equipment, so long as that modification does not extend more than 30 feet horizontally from the existing wireless support structure or base station. So when you have a wireless facility, you have the base station. If they are adding some equipment or they're doing a modification where that footprint is going to expand, as long as that expansion is no more than 30 feet, we cannot deny it just based on the expansion. We can still enforce our regular zoning setbacks. They can't go into the right of way. They can't encroach on somebody else's property. So there's no need to update our code for that specifically, but it does mean that if there is a proffered plan that says that wireless facility, has to substantially comply with this existing footprint, that we would not be able to enforce that as long as that expansion is not more than 30 feet. That does allow, so this update does say that we can impose a $1,000 fee for technical consultation review, and then it goes on to specify our completeness review and timeline for reviews on those things, which we already are compliant with those things. But this one is more of a training for our reviewers and just an update for you guys that we will most likely not be able to condition those site plans as far as the wireless facilities go. We have House Bill 711, solar facilities. This is looking at the use of solar panels. It talks about both accessory solar panels, so the type of solar panels you would have on your house to help provide energy towards your house or towards a commercial business, but also solar panels and solar farms as a commercial enterprise or a specific primary use. The accessory solar generating equipment, so those are the ones that are on the roof of your house or the roof of a business, this states that we need to be able to allow them. The city must allow them both on roofs or as ground-mounted facilities when serving the property in which the facilities are located. So it cannot be, like I said, it cannot be its own primary use. It needs to only be for the use of that residence or that commercial business. We can require compliance with setbacks and height requirements. Our existing policy is to consider these accessory structures already. So we will just be codifying that existing policy. So the accessory use of solar facilities isn't fundamentally going to change. We'll just be codifying an existing policy. When it comes to primary use of solar facilities, this update says that localities must allow them either by right or with a special exception, a conditional use permit, in agricultural, commercial, industrial, or institutional uses, institutional districts. So we will be updating our ordinance to add the use of a solar facility, and it will require a conditional use permit within those agricultural, commercial, industrial districts. We can still enforce the requirements of CBPA, wetlands, and local historic districts. And then there are specific setback limitations that the code has. So we'll look at these to make sure that what we're requiring is not outside of what the state says we can require, but we'll try and bring that in as much conformance with what those districts already require. So for this one, the big change here is that it will be allowing solar facilities as a primary use within those agricultural, commercial, industrial districts with a conditional use permit. That does not mean that council has to approve them. Those still go through the conditional use permit process, but it is something that we have to allow with the conditional use permit. That is a really great question. That is the way that the code was written, that they 150 to 200, and my understanding is that we can set our setbacks somewhere in that range. So we could have a 175-foot setback, but we could not have a 100-foot. So for the example, the first one, we could not have a 100-foot setback, or a 250-foot setback, but we could have like a 175-foot setback. So the state code is written in a way that gives localities the ability to then write our code. So where our code says, here's what you can build, the state code says, here's what you can regulate and how you can regulate that. So they're giving us some options.
Mr. Camp?
Is the locality permitted to regulate life cycle maintenance issues on these facilities such that if they are damaged, if they stop being used, if there's some other event, that we can cause the operator or the landowner to remove that facility rather than leaving it in its state on the land?
There is a decommissioning section, yes, that talks about the requirement to remove the equipment and restore that land to the, and I don't want to misspeak, but essentially to restore that land. So yes.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Moving on to residential parking. So this one looks at the parking requirements for residential uses, both multifamily and single-family districts or single-family uses. And when it specifies that within half a mile of a mass transit or public transportation facility, we cannot require parking that is greater than one parking space per dwelling unit for 1 and 2 family or townhouses, and then half a parking space per dwelling unit for multifamily or mixed use. We're working with the city attorney's office just to see, I don't think at this time we've been able to identify any mass transit facilities within the city, but we are going to include that just in case there is one in the future. We already have that parking reduction in the code. The other requirement is that we do establish an administrative review process to reduce parking requirements by at least 20% for residential, multifamily, or mixed uses if they are near a bus stop or other type of transportation facility, which we already have at administrative parking reduction. You've seen a lot of those attached to conditional use permits as they come through, but we'll just kind of update that language to kind of bolster that in compliance with this one.
Does the mass transit facility have to be in our city? I'm specifically thinking of Newtown Road, where we have 6 different modes of transportation using that hub, most prominently bus and light rail, private car, Uber, rideshare, that kind of thing. I could go down the list. Would this now affect a half mile into our city, even though that facility is across the line in Norfolk?
That is a very good question.
I got one.
I think it would. Yep, I agree. I think that it would apply to that as well. So we will, yep, absolutely. We'll include that half a mile outside of our boundary within our search. Was there another question on that one? Okay. Looking at House Bill 1212, small lots. This requires that localities have at least one zoning district that permits single-family dwellings and on lots, and has a lot dimensional requirements not exceeding 3,000 square feet and minimum lot width not exceeding 30 feet. So this is one where should we look at all of our residential lots and cohesively and see, what the dimensional requirements are for all of those and what uses are allowed in all of those? Yes. And we will do that during the zoning ordinance rewrite. At this time, however, in order to comply with the July 1 of this year update, we currently have the R2.5 residential district, which allows attached dwellings, but does not currently allow single-family dwellings, and that is mostly townhomes is what's built on those properties. But that has a minimum lot area of 1,400 square feet because it's primarily made for attached dwellings, and a lot width of 30 feet. So it meets this standard, and so the update will be to allow single-family dwellings within that district. That district already has small lots. But as I mentioned, when we do the zoning ordinance update, we will be looking at these small lots, and I mean, as part of that as part of that housing review of our ordinance. House Bill 1463 looks at the non-conforming manufactured homes. And so we're looking at both manufactured homes within a mobile or manufactured home park, and then also manufactured homes outside of a park. And so this first one is currently how we are operating, how our current policy. If you have a legally non-conforming mobile home park and one of those lots within that park is vacant, that you can place a mobile home on that lot. We don't look at the nonconformity of that individual lot. We look at the entire park and consider that entire park to be legally nonconforming, not lot by lot. And that's what this state code says that we need to do, and we've already been doing that, so we will just codify that existing policy. The second portion of this is that if you have a nonconforming manufactured home outside of a mobile home park, that can be replaced with a current HUD, a mobile home that meets the current HUD requirements. You can replace that. And the non-conforming section states that you lose your non-conforming status if a structure is vacant for more than 2 years. But this update says that 2-year period does not apply when we're looking at manufactured homes. So for that, they could replace a manufactured home with a current HUD compliant manufactured home, even if it had been vacant for the past 2 years. So again, that will be an update to our non-conforming section. Mm-hmm.
Can you replace a mobile home with a manufactured home?
Yes, I believe this code talks about them, a manufactured and a mobile home. When you are, let me confirm that. I will check on that. But I believe it uses those, it says both of those in both sections.
How will that affect the ordinance that we just looked at? I don't know where it is in the docket.
So this specifically is looking at legally non-conforming manufactured homes. So if there is a legally non-conforming manufactured home on an agricultural parcel, which is what the code that we looked at earlier references, they would be able to replace that even if it doesn't meet the setbacks in the code currently.
But you can do either or?
I will confirm that. I will double check that. I don't want to speak it. I'll have to take a look at that specific language.
And the ordinance in chapter 19 would make them conforming. So this is specific to non-conforming. I mean, there may be some that exist in ag that don't meet the current setbacks that may be non-conforming, but generally speaking, if someone pulls a permit that's now going to be issued through planning through that process and the update in chapter 19, that mobile home would be conforming, so this is not applicable because it would be done under the ordinance.
Excuse me. My understanding is that mobile homes are regulated through DMV. Manufactured homes are regulated through other real estate matters, just like the Planning Commission. So if we're replacing a non-conforming manufactured home with a conforming one, that's progress. But if we're replacing a mobile home with a conforming manufactured home, that's a totally different story in my mind.
So mobile HUD regulates, and I think there's just some terminology here. HUD regulates mobile, and if it's on a chassis, if it has wheels, that could be either a manufactured or a mobile home. It could be called either. And I'm just checking the code here. It says it can be replaced with another comparable manufactured home. And I think that is something that we will, and that this actually brings up a really good point with these. a lot of this, all of this new language has not been litigated yet. And so there is some question as to, if there are, like you asked, another comparable manufactured home, does that mean, what does specifically comparable mean? I don't know. And so as we are writing these, we're getting into the nitty gritty of those. We'll be working with our city attorney's office to make sure that we are on firm footing with how we are interpreting the state code. And because I can tell you what our code means. It's my job to be able to interpret the gray area of our code. But the state code, that is not my job to interpret the gray areas there. And I work with the city attorney's office to make sure that we are at least have a good legal standing with our interpretations. So I don't have a solid answer for you on that, other than it does state that can be replaced with another comparable manufactured home.
And also, it's saying on a valid, non-conforming mobile or manufactured home park. So again, that's separate from what we have in the ag districts.
Yes.
Just with respect to how that interplays with the Chapter 19 ordinance.
So I want to make sure that we're not saying that manufactured homes are all mobile homes, because they're not. There's two different things.
I don't have the specific HUD definition of that, but I can get that for you.
Okay, because a manufactured, there are manufactured homes.
Yes.
And there are mobile homes.
So there are homes that are pre-built and that are on, yes, okay, I understand.
Yes.
There are homes that are pre-built in a factory that they are brought to a site and they are on a foundation, and those are considered single-family dwellings. They are constructed off-site. So those are constructed off-site and then brought on and built onto a foundation and meet standards for a home. What we are talking about here are homes that are mobile. They are manufactured, sometimes called manufactured homes, because they're manufactured kind of off-site, but they have a chassis. So that's what we're looking at here. We're looking at HUD manufactured and mobile homes.
Yeah, it's a big difference in having a trailer and having a home.
Yeah.
So I can provide updates to that, but as I mentioned, we have to comply with what is written here. But I will get you those specific definition updates of those two, but the exact verbiage is that may replace a manufactured home that meets the current HUD manufactured housing requirements on a valid non-conforming mobile or manufactured home park. And then it goes on to an existing mobile home or manufactured home shall be considered a valid non-conforming mobile or manufactured home regardless of whether that mobile or manufactured home has been occupied. So it says mobile and manufactured home kind of consistently throughout there, but I will get you updates on that. All right. Now, moving on to the ones that are a little bit after July 1. It's got a few extra months on these. The January 1, 2027 has the Faith and Housing update. And so what this bill does is it is effective January 1, and this one has a sunset on it. So it expires January 1 of 2031, which is an interesting addition. So we'll have to make sure that we include that in our code as well. So this allows the development of a mixed use or residential project by a nonprofit organization, 501c3, or a nonprofit religious use shall be, so development of a mixed use or residential property by a nonprofit shall be allowed by right and not require rezoning or other legislative approval. Now, there are conditions to that. This one is a larger bill, so there's a number of conditions or regulations around that. But for example, the property must be owned by the nonprofit for 5 or plus years prior to the application. It has a requirement for affordable housing percentage there. And it does not apply to property within the AQs or property zoned for or adjacent to land zoned for industrial use. And that the property does need to be served by or within an area planned to be served by public water and sewer. So it's not every property, but it is a lot of them within the city, and it is any district except for industrial districts or those that are adjacent to an industrial district.
Ms. Sabo, could you go back one slide? The first bullet point, sub-bullet point, property must have been owned by the nonprofit, but it doesn't have to have been used by them for nonprofit purposes. So we potentially have the possibility of nonprofits acquiring property out there, holding it, and engaging then in the development business under this. I understand there's a tax issue. I'm not asking about the taxes, about their use. I'm just asking, it doesn't have to be used for their mission purpose?
I don't believe so, but I will need to.
But there is also a sunset provision that she'll get to, so it's not foreseeable that a lot of nonprofits will go out and purchase all of these parcels and then hold them for the 5 years and then develop.
They wouldn't be able to.
I understand you couldn't begin now and complete it.
Right.
But as an example, the church that has property hoping for an expansion, a new sanctuary, and can't raise the funds, or might raise the funds, but now finds it preferable to do something else with that, could fall within this window.
Yes.
Even though they never used that property for church purposes.
Correct.
And I'll ask this to Tori. If I understand Virginia law correctly, it has now been allowed that for-profits may have nonprofit subsidiaries and nonprofits may have for-profit subsidiaries. So we could have a nonprofit form a for-profit housing arm and potentially fall under this. I know that we're just summarizing the legislation. I am pointing out for thought, as this comes on pretty fast, that a profit motive and a mission motive are powerful drivers here, and I think we should anticipate the many ways that organizations on both sides of that may seek to make the most of this 4-year window.
So just kind of as a follow-on to what Walter was saying as well, or specifically for a religious CUP, it's a specific amount of acreage in order for them to meet that requirement. How then, how then would that then be divided if they choose to put, housing? I think it's 3 acres, right, for religious use? And so then if the housing was, let's just say, added to a 5-acre parcel, well, I guess then that would be okay, but what if it was a little smaller? Could they only then put the housing, would they still have to keep 3 acres for the religious use? And then this would be separate? I think that speaks to also how it's gonna be set up, the mechanics, and we don't know yet.
We've talked about that specifically.
So I think this is my reading is that we are still able to apply our zoning regulations to that religious use. So if our zoning regulations say that religious use must have a parcel size of 3 acres, then we could still require that to be dedicated for that religious use, and that the multifamily use would be separate from that. So it would have to be excess property.
And they could come to seek a modification as well.
Does the portion of the area of the religious use with their exempt status, does that still remain exempt as far as
taxes?
Right.
I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm not a tax expert.
Well, tax is governed by use, so under state law, if it's an exempt use, then they could apply for that used portion to be exempt. If they have a different type of use, it is potentially taxable depending on the facts and circumstances.
And there is not, and Hannah will probably get to this, but there is not a requirement that that development be continually owned by the nonprofit organization. So most likely it would be sold to a for-profit entity.
And so we've historically, and it's kind of been practiced that if a religious use comes in, and let's say they have an acre and a half, we typically kind of aren't as concerned about the amount of acreage, but would this now allow for us to take that consideration into account a little bit more heavily if the development itself that's going to be for that property, would that then give the ability to say, well, you know, then you're not able to, you don't fit the criteria of what the religious use is for that 3 acres?
Meaning, can this play a part of your decision-making on whether or not to deviate or allow less than the 3-acre requirement?
Correct.
Yes, I mean, I think you can consider that, but I don't know that they would be seeking to have a religious use on the 1.5 acres and then transition it or have on some part of that parcel multifamily. I think it's more likely that the nonprofit would probably just purchase that parcel and then try to develop it, because they just have to own it. Like Walter was saying, you don't have to have.
What if they already own 3 acres and then they're pulling, I think that was what Holly was asking, and then they're pulling a certain.
So they would have to come back to get a modification.
Okay.
And so your analysis would be, is 1.5 acres at that point sufficient to for the religious use? Yeah.
But there was the property up on First Colonial, that one church, where they put those single-family homes in that one area, and they sold it. This says that the church could have built those homes, okay, and sold them, okay, and it says how much, or they could have put a small group of rental homes up there, maybe attached, and they could have rented them, but it has to be for affordable, 60% has to be affordable housing. So that church wouldn't have had to sell their land. Right?
I mean, or they could have still.
They could have sold it.
Yeah.
I was mostly kind of looking this up because people were asking questions. So this is apparently a pilot program, and because everybody was terrified that this might cause massive panic, they added the sunset clause to even get votes to pass it. Apparently there is a very specific issue with the tax status where they have drawn a line saying that this property would be subject to taxes, but the locality is allowed to say that they're going to make it exempt if you want, but they're expecting the possibility of panic over this being a huge disaster. There's a lot more to read in here if you're curious.
4 years.
Yeah, because people didn't want it, and that was the only way they could get it passed, is making it pilot program. So there's a lot. If you're curious, further.
For the sunset, it can always be extended, or they can release the sunset from it and allow for it to just go.
They were trying to find a way to have affordable housing. It was an idea.
Next.
Process, so it's like as a process, who would somebody like, will the city maybe be putting out some talking points, or what do you anticipate? Because I would anticipate a lot of questions coming up specifically on this.
Yeah, I think much like the ADU regulation and any of these where we don't have our ordinance written yet, I can't answer a lot of questions about what it will look like yet. But once we do have an idea of what that ordinance will look like, what that policy will look like, we need to work with housing and make sure that we're all on the same page and we know what that process is going to be. Then yes, we will have, along with all of the public hearings, but there will be a process that will be provided. Applications, of course, we can't review or approve anything until our ordinance is updated, which of course would come here to you guys and then to planning and then to city council. But as it gets closer, as we start to have and understand what a policy would look like and what that kind of starts to be, we can start to answer those questions a little bit more and a little bit in a more granular level.
Thank you, Hannah.
Bullet point number 3, why was industrial zone land specifically opted out?
I imagine because they didn't want to have residential properties adjacent to industrial uses.
That's allowed now, is it not?
I don't believe so. To have residential?
You could, there would be buffering requirements. We would have a little bit more say in kind of what that would look like.
Yes,
whereas we would lose that with this.
Yes.
Because this is making it by right, they're including that safeguard from putting those two typically seemingly incompatible uses together. And this does, like Hannah was alluding to, this legislation does allow for localities to regulate certain aspects. So there are lots of things that we can consider when we're drafting this ordinance, and we're obviously gonna get direction from the city council on what they would like to see. So there's gonna be a lot of things that we can't answer today on what final form that's gonna take. But there are, although it is by right, there are some regulations that we can include in the ordinance that we'll be taking a look at.
How much more we got?
Well, and I don't know, just for the sake of time, because this one and the next one aren't effective until next year, so there will be a lot more discussion that will be had. This was more intended to just make you aware of recent changes and let you know kind of what's coming down the pipeline, but Hannah has covered the ones that are more time sensitive. So, and we do have 2 more big briefings to get through.
I was just going to say, any updates as they come along, it'd be wonderful if you just kind of slid it into the agenda. That'd be great.
Thank you.
You have your,
Yes.
hand out to us, please.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. And I have the next briefing as well. So this briefing is the results of a city council adopted resolution, referral resolution on April 21st of 2026 by Vice Mayor Wilson and Council Members Remick, Schulman, and Henley. It relates to the STR district within the Oceanfront Resort District, and it looks at both the STR boundary and it also looks at the parking requirements for STRs within the Oceanfront Resort. So the proposed overlay, the difference in the new boundary, it's between 22nd and a half Street and 16 and a half Street, and then you all do have hard copies because it's, so you can look at it a little bit closer. The existing overlay extends from the oceanfront to Pavilion Drive and North Bird Neck Road. The proposed boundary is smaller, and it extends from 22nd and a half and Cypress Avenue east down 20 and a half Street to then follow Pacific Avenue and then west down 16 and a half Street to Arctic Avenue, where it meets the existing boundary. This update was brought about because of concerns about the proliferation of short-term rentals and the impacts on neighborhoods and the housing stock within the oceanfront area. So looking at what the actual number of STRs down there, within the current boundary, we have 331 compliant short-term rentals. Within the proposed boundary, that would remove 50 of those, so 50 short-term rentals that are compliant, they have a conditional use permit, but would then be outside of the new boundary. And I'll talk about what that actually means on the next slide. There's 128 non-compliant short-term rentals in the current boundary, within the current overlay. We are working on enforcement. It's a number of steps. We are working towards that, but just to be aware they're there. And then that, of course, would, within the new or the proposed boundaries, 107 non-compliant STRs. And that data is from December 2025, so there maybe some new ones that snuck in there. So the impacts on existing STRs, there's no change to the status of STRs within the proposed boundary. So if they are within the boundary now and they will be within the new boundary, life continues. Non-compliant STRs located outside of the proposed boundary, but within the boundary now, will no longer be allowed to apply for an STR conditional use permit. I will note, they have not applied for their conditional use permit yet. But they would not have that path available to them in the future. Compliant STRs, those 50, compliant STRs located within the existing boundary but outside of the proposed boundary will be considered grandfathered, and they will be able to continue operating under their existing CUP conditions. So they'll be able to kind of continue as a grandfathered use. So grandfathered STRs, there are some restrictions on those. They can't expand the footprint of the dwelling beyond 25% or 1,000 square feet. If they are not used as an STR for 2 years, they'll lose that grandfather designation. And that's consistent with how we currently treat other grandfathered short-term rentals. So in addition to this map change, if there's any questions about the status of STRs or anything within that map change, the resolution also asked us to look at parking and how parking is resolved for STRs. So one of the issues that we come across is STRs typically go into existing single-family dwellings. And single-family dwellings are, when they're being developed, they generally require 2 spaces per dwelling unit. But STRs require 1 space per bedroom. So if you build a 3-bedroom home and you say, this is my single family dwelling, we would only require 2 parking spaces. If then a month later you say, I want to use it as an STR, you are now required to have 3 parking spaces. And maybe you already have 3 on site, awesome, but sometimes they don't, especially where space is limited down in the ocean front. So sometimes to meet that additional parking requirement, those STRs will lease public parking spaces, either within a public garage, within a city-owned public garage, or with private garages or private lots. But right now we are looking specifically at those city-owned garages. So the concern is utilizing these very sought after and needed parking down at the oceanfront and having them designated and used by short-term rentals. So this proposed amendment would prohibit STRs from utilizing public parking within a garage to meet their minimum parking requirements. So they could no longer lease spaces from our city garage to meet that minimum parking requirement. The existing STRs that have leases with the city garage would be able to continue that so long as the parking authority, as long as there is space there. The parking authority has the ultimate decision as to whether or not there's space available in those garages. But as far as zoning is concerned, if they already have leased spaces within that garage, we would allow that parking plan to continue. 29 CUPs within the Oceanfront Resort have been issued parking plans that use spaces within a city garage. The total number of spaces that have been reserved are 76 spaces. And I'll say that number is a little bit squishy, the total number of spaces, because not every STR owner specifies this is for a short-term rental. When they reserve that lease, sometimes they just say it's for my house. And so that can be a little bit, that 76 is a little bit of a gray number, but about 76 spaces have been reserved within our city garages. Oh, I'm so sorry, yeah.
Help me understand 2 words that seem simple, but maybe they're not: city and garage. If I understand it correctly, a lot of the garages are not City of Virginia Beach, the Virginia Beach Development Authority owned facilities. Is this ordinance encompassing them? Help me understand that part of the 2 words.
Yes, so when we say any city garage, we mean VBDA owned or city.
Thank you. And then in terms of the word garage, the city-owned surface lots, does this apply to surface lots? If the city created a surface lot, would this also apply?
Right, I don't believe we do long-term leases in our city parking lots, but we can double check that for you. I believe it's just our garages, but we'll double check for you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You have to be out of those city parking lots by a certain hour, I believe.
Yes.
Yes, so they would not.
And this would, we could make sure that when, that we clarify within the language that if in the future there is a city surface lot, that is included if that is the intention there. So we can make sure to clarify that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So the next step, the resolution gave Planning Commission 90 days, which would be about July 20th, to forward a recommendation to City Council. So what staff is looking for from you guys today is any feedback on that proposed boundary and then the use of public parking garages for short-term rentals. We would love to be able to come back next month with an amendment for you guys to then vote on to forward that to City Council. But at the minimum, we would need a vote in July to be able to bring something forward to Council.
So one thing that just concerns me in the next steps is our time frame, specifically thoughts on public input on this overlay. And we're going into the summer season. Like, I want to be, of course, respectful of the boundary that the City Council has asked us for. But I feel like this topic is going to garner a lot of feelings from the public, and it might be to our advantage to hold a public hearing. Has that been considered? I'm just curious what the other thoughts of the commissioners might be on this.
I can, if I may, we have planned briefings for the Old Beach Design Review Committee tomorrow. We were wanting to, bring this to Planning Commission first, but we are currently plans to brief Old Beach, the BAC, and then PDRC coming up within the next May and then June. So essentially the next available meetings after briefing you guys. So that is the plans.
So do we have an opportunity then in June? We don't feel like we've either garnered enough input or we have enough information that we could request from the City Council to, maybe we need another 30 or 60 days, but just certainly make every effort to stay within the 60-day timeframe.
Yes, I believe, and I'll
90 days.
Defer to the city attorney representative, but yes, I believe that you can request additional time if necessary, yeah.
Okay. And when is our meeting in July? That seems a little later than us.
I think it's the 8th or 9th.
The 8th or the 9th. It's early in July.
8th.
Sorry, that's the July 20th was the 90-day mark. Yeah,
that's why I was just trying to look.
I've got.
You could have it on your agenda next month and allow the public to speak on the item, and if you don't feel like there's been enough public engagement, you could defer it and still vote at your July hearing in time to meet the 90-day timeline.
Yeah, I just think it's important to have public input on this. So thank you.
So we can absolutely.
Okay, the vice chair has her hand up. Camp and then Schoonover.
I certainly agree with Commissioner Cuellar on this. And also, I really want to hear what Commissioner Plumlee has to say about this for his district. One of my many concerns about this is it, in my mind, is analogous to a downzoning. Because if people have purchased property in this area with the intent of having a short-term rental, and now we're saying that's not allowed, severely reduces the value of that parcel to them. So, I mean, it's a big consideration.
When we adopted the short-term rental ordinance originally, there was a date included. So you could have transition rules if that's something the Planning Commission is concerned about and wants to consider in their recommendation of this overlay implementation. And then as far as a down zoning goes, I just want to point out too that, zoning's always subject to change. The city could alter overlays for land use reasons that I hope this commission can find and articulate. But the zoning is always subject to change. There could be a comprehensive rezoning. It is within the locality's authority as far as that's concerned. But if there is concern about that transition period or notice of the changes, that is something that this commission can recommend be included in the ordinance language.
And she also said that if you were already operating one, you would still be able to operate it.
Correct.
Right, if you were legally operating.
When we first did short-term rentals, they were citywide.
Right.
And there are some still cities.
Right. And while zoning is always subject to change, sometimes it requires compensation. So, I'm just thinking if someone is under contract now or has just purchased a property in that area with the intent of having it as a short-term rental, and we say, oh, no, just kidding, we changed it. It severely would change the amount I would be willing to pay for the parcel.
Yeah. That is a good point.
A straight revenue approach appraising. So I'm interested to see what Commissioner Plumlee has to say about it.
Right, and while none of us can speak directly for Commissioner Plumlee, certainly I spoke with him just casually about this STR issue, and public opinion is very important to him to have that input.
Good.
And not to be rushed in this process. We want to certainly meet our obligation to the council, but if more time is needed, I think it's important that we don't rush it.
I'd like to offer 3 points to consider. I'm not looking for feedback here in this meeting because I'm catching you unprepared. But when you do bring this back, I hope you will educate us on these 3 points. Number one, I'm not clear why the change is being made. So if you could start at the beginning in the presentation, when you bring it back to us, tell us why this is important to council. What is the public purpose that they are seeking to accomplish? Number two, the shape that we see up there on this picture reminds me, because it's identical, of a shape we looked on the same screen just in the last couple months when we sat here and were briefed on the height of buildings. And we were talking about allowing buildings of greater height in this same T-shaped space. Well, it seems to me that those who may want to develop tall buildings may anticipate that some of those might have a short-term rental component. And to Vice Chair Byler's point, that's big money. And those are a lot of units. So I think we need to reconcile the height allowance discussion with this change and tell us where that's headed. Third, although I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that City Council has never adopted this into the comprehensive plan, this body and City Council has had multiple briefings on what I'll get the name wrong, the small area plan for that area. Help me out with the name.
Central Beach.
The Central Beach Small Area Plan, which I believe overlaps some of the area in question. And so here we've had a grand long-term plan about what's possible, desirable, envisioned in this space. And in fact, I believe we were told we didn't have to adopt it. We could just operate it with as an idea. Well, whether it's official or it's not, now we have a new idea being superimposed on that thing that had so much briefing and opportunity for public comment. And I really think that needs to be reconciled. Thank you.
I'll be super quick. So, do we know, is there a reason that we chopped off that little section right there to not include this, where it has so many already? Right there? Just because of what you said.
Yeah, the proliferation of short-term rentals, as I had mentioned earlier in the presentation, and the impacts to those neighborhoods, the impact to the neighborhoods down at the resort area.
They're opposed to that. Another question is, have we ever considered coming up with some sort of Virginia Beach parking system where you could see both public and private parking and spots available and things like that? Have we ever talked about anything like that?
So yes, we have, and I'm not sure if the app is still active, but we actually did have an app, it probably is active, that shows all of the private parking lots and the public on one app. We also have a new parking manager that came on board in this past year, and he's looking at the entire system and technology and coming up with a plan there.
Okay. Thank you.
Lovely job.
Is it VB Park Finder?
I am not sure what they're calling it right now. It used to be VB Go. I'll have to look. I'll look after this presentation.
Okay. Last thing I looked at only had public on it, and that's why I was curious about private.
Right. Parking used to be under me at one point, and so when it was, we did put that app together. I'm just not sure if it's still active or not. Okay, so, good morning.
Good morning.
Sorry we're rushing along. This is an important update that we wanted to provide you this morning. I will be very brief in my opening comments. I'm going to turn it over to Clay Dills with Dills Architects. But just a few things to tell you. This is not a complete overhaul of the ITA 2017 plan. This is a conceptual draft right now, and this is in response to City Council asking staff to look at the area. What happened was in 2024, Parks and Rec came forward with a really good sports tourism plan and expansion of what they have there now. And when that was presented, it opened up the discussion. There was conversation about should we actually look at this area also for the possibility of light industrial expansion. And while we're at it, should we also look to see if there's any ability to provide municipal services in this area? There's been a conversation for some time that we need a new law enforcement training academy. So this was one of the areas that they were looking at. So City Council directed staff at their last retreat to work with a consultant, Dills Architects is who we selected to do this, and in a very collaborative nature with Planning Department, Parks and Recreation, and Economic Development, try to come up with how these three land uses could coexist, and then take that to the public, which is what we're doing now, and get some feedback about that. There are no votes scheduled on this plan at this time. We will be briefing City Council in the very near future. That date has not been established yet. We've already had one public meeting, and then we've briefed TAITA, Ag, Open Space, ATAC, and VBDA as recently as yesterday. So we are bringing this to you, again, just in a conceptual manner and looking for feedback. And I will turn it over to Clay from there.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm going to jump right in. I think this is what I use to do it. I'm going to jump right in. Just to reiterate what Kathy said, this is a draft. This is the first time out. We're here for input, for feedback, to hear your thoughts on it. We're gathering from all these other meetings, we're gathering feedback as we speak. Early on in the process, we set up two goals for this, and it's really reiterating what Kathy said as well. Number one is develop a 10-year, which is first implementation of some of these things, and a 25-year long-term update to the master plan that exists now to promote economic and cultural vibrancy. And that's also really about guiding city investment in the ITA. Number two, and it's critical on the planning and design side, which is how do we integrate land use and overall cohesion out there when so many things are underway, so many industries are there now that are sports, tourism, light industrial, natural recreation, and outdoor recreation that happens there now, agricultural, don't want to forget that one, and all of the destinations and institutions that exist in the ITA now. Briefly about our study, we had a market expert, a national economist on board who did study around commercial and light industrial. That's SB Friedman. We also hired Victus to build on the work that they had done out there prior around sports tourism and the economics and projections for those. And then, of course, we looked at all the prior master plans, the UDA plan that was adopted in 2017, the Parks and Rec master plan, economic developments plan for the area, as well as all the regulatory overlays, specifically with the Navy for the ITA, those restrictions, utility easements, the ecological features, which have a lot to do with mature stands of trees and wetlands, and the active transportation networks that could and can intersect that space. Just a reminder of what's out there in terms of destinations: the amphitheater, which serves a wide swath of people every year. The public institutions that are there, this is Centerra. The sports facilities, the Y, the outdoor pool, it's indoor and outdoor. The Sportsplex, the Field House, adjacent to Princess Anne Road. The current connection to commerce and light industry that's out there now, specifically around acoustic sheet metal and AGI that have started on Hudom Way. And then the long-standing relationship of the ITA to sports, specifically outdoor sports and sports tourism, and what they offer to open the outdoor space. VB National, these keep spaces open, they keep them green, and they provide connection to our communities, natural trails, and the interconnections of those surrounding areas to the ITA. And I would be remiss if we forgot about agricultural, right? It makes a large portion of the ITA right now, especially in the south and the western areas of the ITA, and is a long-standing part of our community out there. So to orient everyone, this is our master plan. This is the primary area that we are proposing any work or future improvements out there. You'll see on the right-hand side, the diagonal road, that's Princess Anne Road, Dam Neck Road on the upper left. This is forming a diamond shape at the top, the intersection of Dam Neck and Princess Anne Road. In the south, the road that cuts to the middle of the page there, that's North Landing Road. Above that, the dash line through there, that would be a future and extension that's in the current master transportation plan of Nimmo Parkway. As a color block overlay of the areas of this master plan, you see in green, this is sports industry, sports tourism primarily. That encompasses PAC and the areas east and west of Lansdowne Road. In pink, it's light industrial. That's mainly off of Hudom Way that has started that, and we're continuing that into an area of the ITA. You see the carve out in orange there for future municipal facilities. That hatched area, that is purposely to show that there's flexibility in those facilities and in industrial to be able to share the northern area of that. So these can be flexible and swapped out. And then the bottom, and this is for the rest of the area of the ITA off the page here of our study area, that this is an ecological, outdoor recreation, natural and agricultural areas that will remain open or used in those ways. It's an overview of the master plan. So that is Lansdowne Road, bisecting the middle there. That's the Princess Anne Athletic Complex at right. This is our primary sports tourism area. So to the left-hand side, which we're looking south here, that would be the northeast area. That's the Field House, the Sportsplex. We're adding fields and amenities to that. Beyond that ecological area, those natural recreation spaces, we're treating as a regional stormwater. And then you see the municipal carve out in the distance and the light industrial that extends Hudom Way. So just to orient everyone again on these enlarged plans, really you can think of, does everyone know where the hard right turn on Lansdowne Road is? Right. That's Lansdowne Road through the middle there. The intersection of Princess Anne and Dam Neck Road is at the top of the page. You see those call outs. Hudom Way at the right. So this northern area of the ITA, which you saw in the sports tourism block of green, is primarily dedicated to just that, and trying to make that a more cohesive sports tourism destination. And so talking to our study partners on this, Victus Advisors, and all the past studies and work that they've done and others have done out there, Really what we're trying to do is transform this into a destination-oriented place to bolster tourism as an industry, and also a recreational place for the communities around it and for the visitors that come here from out of town. What that means really for this in simple terms is to lean into the sports. What happens out there right now is not able to be reliable or cohesive to have heavy tournament play year-round almost, 9 to 10 months out of the year. And that means adding a baseball complex. You see that on the right-hand side there, and we'll zoom in on that. It means having a multi-use championship field, so we're showing a conversion there. It means converting the pack fields to turf over time, so there's not rainouts and they can be used when the tournaments are scheduled. And then integrating recreation and recreational tourism into that with the amenities that we provide and the connections that we make. So again, to orient you, that is Dam Neck Road, Lansdowne Road. This is the northwest side of the upper area of the ITA. That's the amphitheater with Hampton Roads soccer complex in the upper left. We're proposing that we provide a connection through the woods there over to the parking at the amphitheater that's often not used when they're having soccer tournaments. Right now, they park people everywhere you can possibly imagine because they're so heavily used out there. So those existing lots that sit empty, unless there's an event, could easily serve that purpose and control that parking problem. It's a very simple solution. You see in the bottom left, the regional and local BMX and action sports down there. We're proposing, much like the Parks and Rec plan, a jump and pump track, which is a race course outdoors for action sports there. And then in the adjacent woods, there's already a burgeoning mountain bike community in there. Bolstering that and interconnecting that as an action sports, primarily BMX and bike-oriented destination, but also a course for regional championship play. We're adding 2 fields, which can be added to the existing pack fields out there now, extending the parking for 150 spaces to serve all of these out there. And then again, converting existing natural surfaces to turf over time out there along Lansdowne Road. In the upper north there, you see that's the Parks and Rec building. Around that, they're showing disc golf as a recreational amenity being added around their facility. But you'll notice above that, we're showing a site for a 150-room hotel. On the right-hand side, or the northeast quadrant of the ITA, again, there's Lansdowne Road through the middle. That's PAC, and those fields on the left-hand side. We are adding an 11-field tournament complex. These are adaptable baseball fields that serve roughly 7-year-olds to college-age tournament plays and NCAA type of tournaments. Those are summer leagues tournaments. They run 9 to 10 months of the year, especially on turf fields like this, and then adding 350 parking spaces to go with those. The multi-use championship field is really a conversion of the Sportsplex. So the Sportsplex is a one-sided stadium right now. We extend that seating on 2 more sides, and then we convert the field to serve 4 sports: soccer, lacrosse, football, and baseball. It's a little bit of a zoom in on this. And it's really about linking together cohesive sports tourism. This is an industry. This is, we see this very much as an economic input to this plan, and an industry that exists there now, and how do we lean into that? So that's Lansdowne Road headed to the south. You see the extension on the top of your page there. That's PAC, the baseball complex, and the multi-use stadium in the bottom left. There's great precedent for the action sports, this BMX type of course. This one is wildly popular. They host a ton of tournaments and also just community recreational use. This is in Rock Hill, South Carolina. And you notice behind them in the woods back there, they have very similar setup with mountain bike trails, and it's all interconnected. This is a co-location of rectangular fields, diamond fields, artificial turf. This is Wintrust New Lenox in Illinois. On the left-hand side, that is light industrial, hybrid, and advanced manufacturing, all collated in one cohesive district. Again, this is Lake Point, Georgia, soccer, baseball complex, artificial fields, one that is more of a championship field. In the background, you see there's retail, some light industrial, and co-location of those things, along with soccer and other amenities. In High Point, North Carolina, they have a multi-use championship field that serves 4 sports. I think this is lacrosse in use. We would not extend the existing stadium as extravagantly as this one is. We were talking about bleacher seatings and berms and interconnection around these fields. But this one has seen a lot of great popularity and use. What it really does is it turns all the championship day and other events onto the stadium so that we get more use out of the sportsplex and all the tournaments that happen there now. Victus Advisors ran multiple models and pro formas for this 11-field tournament complex and the multi-use championship field. The model that gives the best return, especially from a tourism benefit, is the stay-to-play model. If you don't know out there now, many of the facilities are run by third-party operators. This would be very much like that, except when you book a tournament for all the teams coming, they are aligned with local hotels, so it keeps the tourism dollars in the city, thus the need for a hotel. They tell us that if this were to happen out there, you can see the room nights that you immediately have a need for 1 hotel, and once it gets running, you probably have a need for 2. Just a few of the data on there. The cost of this is $44.5 million to construct. That's 83,000 annual hotel room nights from the 11 fields alone. Sustained jobs around 1,300, 20 million in annual labor income, and 2.4 million in annual taxes. That SORM is sales, occupancy, retail, and merchandise. And the multi-use championship stadium, the extension on that is 12.5 million. It also generates 26,000 additional room nights to what it does now. There is an option to improve, it's in the CIP now, to improve Lansdowne Road along this segment where you see the green there. We are advocating for that. Right now, Lansdowne bisects our entire sports area out there. Being able to provide safe pedestrian and multimodal crossing there is a big deal to making a cohesive district. Here's a zoom in on that. It's upper left is that multi-use stadium conversion. These are the new ball fields. One thing to point out is the Southeast Greenway Parkway. As part of what's in the current comp plan, we're showing this as a 2-way multimodal pathway that interconnects these communities. I would remind everyone that the right-of-way here calls for roadway. Along with that, we are showing only the multimodal paths in this. It interconnects the communities and it interconnects both sides of Lansdowne Road and all the sports and recreational uses out there. So when we go south of the sports area, our sports tourism industry area out there, that means south of Hugh Dome Way, it means south of the hard right turn in Lansdowne Road. We extend Lansdowne Road and we start looking at the areas in the southern ITA. The primary design and planning obstacle there is how do we align development and land use? If we are integrating both sports tourism and light industrial or other commercial uses out there, how do we integrate land use and do those in the right places so that they can be vibrant and equally and balanced out there? So how do we follow the current development patterns? That's mainly around Hugh Dome Way and what's happened already there. But it has a ton to do with land quality and suitability to build out there. Infrastructure investment efficiency is a high priority, right? How do we minimize lengths of roadway and infrastructure work to access land to develop? And then how do we maintain natural buffers? It's mainly in the wetlands and large stands of trees out there, which we're maintaining most of. And then integrate outdoor industry, recreational amenities as part of tourism, but also as a fabric of our community. Just a brief about stormwater out there, which covers a lot of the space, and there's a high requirement for it. Stormwater requirements, that means land area dedicated to stormwater, increase dramatically as you move south and west. This has to do with the lay of the land quality, where the water wants to go naturally to the watersheds that are south of here. And the suitability of soils for construction actually decreases. You get more clay soils, more soils that have implications to change foundations on buildings. Primarily the stormwater requirement. So in the upper right there on the big blue arrow, you can be 25% of your parcel can be taken to build a pond or other stormwater facility. As you move south and west, that 25% can go to 35 or 40%. That is a big deal, and it tells us from a planning standpoint, environmental standpoint, where development should probably be and where it shouldn't be. So on the left-hand side, or the southwest side, we're proposing a regional stormwater facility along the extension of Lansdowne Road. That's the large pond lake looking there. That becomes a public amenity as it's phased over time. Along with that, on that side, we're co-locating cross-country, which involves a 100-space parking lot, along with a changing bathroom and concessions facility. And this, we are anticipating this would hold regional and national NCAA tournaments here. And these are courses, you see them in the light color, for 2, 5, 6, 8, and 10K races. The darker colored trails there, those are spectator trails or just outdoor recreation trails. If you don't know, spectators like to shortcut the race so that they can see the runners more often. They can't keep up, so we create shortcuts, but then all these trails can be used right by the community or by someone who's come for a baseball one day and then the next they're still here and they're looking for something to do. In the south, you see the dash line of a future Nimmo Parkway extension. We're maintaining agriculture there, which has to do with some of cross-country's roots running around farm fields in existing natural settings along water as well as woods. This is a view from the south looking up that extended Lansdowne Road. So you see the baseball complex in the upper right. That's PAC across Lansdowne there. Cross country and trails. If you look closely, we've tried to highlight those as they run through the woods, along the lake, and around the agricultural areas. Over time, when this is phased along with development out there, the regional stormwater facility becomes a stormwater park. So this is a place we can provide water access to. This is fishing, boating. We've now heard comments about rowing out there and providing access to it for that. And then on the right-hand side of Lansdowne Extended, the carve-out for municipal in there and light industrial that stays in the northeast where it's a little more land suitable for that and also minimizes the extension of roadways to access that property. There's a great cross-country course in Georgia. I tried to look up what crops were going there, and I have not found it yet. They are running through the farm fields. I do know that. They do run along overhead easements, which we have plenty of in the ITA. This is a wildly successful, you see all the tents and activity in the background. They can have over 1,000 runners in an event. That 100 place or space parking area that we had, that gets converted every hour on most tournament days for Saturdays and Sundays. And they have natural lake and stormwater facilities that have become public amenities there. So you're running along these fields, you run through the woods, back out of the woods, and around this stormwater as a full experience out there that when it's not in use for this, it's a natural amenity for the public. Just a bit about sports tourism and then cross country. Victus did take a short look at that. They said, well, for sure you're going to do 12 annual events. We've contacted, and they have since, they think it'll be more in the 2025 range because you can do roughly 20 in just a fall season. So this is very conservative. It's about $6 million to do the small pavilion, the parking, and get the trails ready. And then, so with those events, you're in the 8,000 annual room nights range. I would focus all of these sports tourism numbers on the tourism, the room nights, and the stays for that. There's 30 sustained annual jobs for this, and around, I think it's 100 in annual taxes just generated from the tournaments alone. Again, looking at that regional stormwater facility, the trails where the cross country would be located just south of the current hard turn in Lansdowne Road. It's your stormwater park. We did show some kayaking or some rowing event out there. Agriculture in the south that we run the trails around the perimeter of, that still is farmed land and can stay active. And then on the right-hand side of that on Lansdowne Road, we extend Hugh Dome Way on the north. So right now, Hugh Dome comes essentially to the top of the page. That's AGI and their location. We extend Hugh Dome Way, it comes to Lansdowne Road extension. That opens up the area in the northeast of the ITA to be able to extend light industrial or flex development up there. And then municipal carve-out is along a future extension of Lansdowne Road as needed and as City Council decides. So view from BB National, looking across, you see bottom right is the tournament field. There's an extension of Hugh Dome Way that turns back to Lansdowne Road, and then municipal, the stormwater park, and the future industrial advanced manufacturing that's held up near where Hugh Dome Way is now. SB Friedman, like I said earlier, is our national partner, economists and sort of market assessment. They said we're likely to see two types of buildings out there, two types of uses in this I-1 development, which is industrial, which is similar to what's out there now, extending some of that. But they say in the next 10 years, Virginia Beach especially, as their market grows and changes, we're going to see a move into what CoStar Real Estate says is flex development. These are smaller form buildings. They act more like incubators or tech buildings. So if you can imagine, there's some office administration there. There's research and development happening in the building, as well as fabrication, prototyping, and then small component and advanced manufacturing, all in the same building. They're very much hybrid, small form buildings. We did look at the Hampton Roads Alliance, their playbook, what they say about the sort of like projection of these. It's very much in alignment with their same projections and their thinking around Virginia Beach and Hampton Roads for the types of industry that are going to emerge as industry changes. Some examples of these, there are parks like these nationally. Lots of these are located near military installations. They serve defense contracting, they serve the federal government, or they serve other private industry that is larger somewhere else, but they serve the federal government. This is in Sun Valley, Texas, and St. Louis, Missouri. And you see the scale of the building. 4 stories is a large building for a flex building, but most of them end up being more like a tech, small advanced manufacturing building. Most of the wages here, these are higher salaries, higher average salaries across the board on smaller footprints. So it's more employees per square foot with higher salaries. Industrial absorption, which is their first study, and this is how much of this type of industry we'll absorb as a city, but then also as how much we'll absorb for our study area in the ITA. Citywide, they say in 10 years we'll need an additional 90 acres or 1 million square feet of added square footage. In 25 years is 275 acres or 3 million square feet. For the IT, that's citywide. For the ITA study area, in 10 years, roughly 54 acres or 660,000 square feet. And in 25 years, 175 acres or almost 2 million square feet of new building. Like I said earlier, most of the phasing of the development is associated with roadway and how we're efficient about that roadway. We broke it into 4 primary phases. Phase 1A and 1B are an extension of Lansdowne in blue. That's a small southern extension that allows you to immediately access land that could be for municipal facilities such as LIDA or other, as well as industrial if needed, but also cross-country and to start the regional stormwater on the other side of that. The red is an direct extension of Hudom Way to access those parcels. Phase 2 is to access immediately south of that for industrial development. And then phase 3 is just the future interconnection of Lansdowne Road that's close to what's in the master transportation plan now. And then phase 4 closes the loop and potentially extends to a future Nimmo Parkway that comes through there. Total industrial acreage. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt. This is so important. I want to hear all of it. I don't want you shortcutting anything.
Sure.
And I have a lot of questions. I'm sure the others do also. But let's look at the time. It's 11:40.
Yep.
Is this something we need to take up an emergency meeting later this week, or?
Madam Vice Chair, I believe the bylaws allow any 3 members of this commission to call for a special meeting. If that being the case, I agree with you completely. This is way too much of our city, too much money, too much at stake. We have been afforded less than 20 minutes for 11 opinionated people to ask their questions.
So if I can jump in,
We
please.
need a special meeting for this, and I'm one vote.
And we may not need a special meeting. There's no vote scheduled for this. So if you want us to move this, the remaining of the presentation and questions, we can move that to June. Are we okay with that? I'm just looking at staff, agenda-wise.
No.
We have 8 more pages left.
See.
I can finish these and then come back again so that you have real time.
I have no idea how much longer it is, but I'm concerned. We haven't had a lunch break. We haven't even had a restroom break. We're going into a formal session in,
At
what,
noon.
18 minutes?
Yeah.
I mean, this is,
It's a lot.
it's too important.
Yes.
I don't want to shortcut it.
So we can bring it back in June. Are we bringing lunch in then? Or,
We can have them bring it in. We were waiting for this to be done.
okay.
We need it before June, and we need
Vote for a special meeting. I'll make a motion for a special meeting. Can we do that?
Can we do a special meeting?
motion for a special.
Yeah, we can do a special motion.
We can do a special meeting, or we can have it on the June agenda.
Here, and then vote there.
What do y'all want to do? Special meeting or June?
I know we can't vote in here. What is the procedure we need to do right now to express ourselves?
I think that if the commission, I think it seems like more than 3 people honestly are expressing the desire for a special meeting. I think that if that's the will of this commission, I don't think you need to take a formal vote. I think staff can work with y'all on schedules and planning that.
Thank you.
And I apologize for interrupting you because
It's fine.
I mean, you're doing a great job and it's so important.
Yeah. And I don't want to miss something and not inform this body of these
Right.
things, right? So, totally get it.
And we apologize. We realized this was fast track today. We thought that some of the previous presentations were going to go a little bit quicker. We didn't realize the number of questions that we would have.
Beautiful presentation. Seriously, they're always so lovely.
I can do all the pictures.
Chair.
You did it all yourself, right? You have no help.
Chair Costin.
As you said.
Chair Costin. And I know our meeting is advertised to start at noon, but if the commission wants to start it at 12:15, I don't see a problem with that. If there was concern about not having enough time to eat and use the restroom, we can have someone standing out front, letting people know that it'll just be a couple more minutes if that's the desire.
Yes.
Do we sound good?
Before you adjourn, can I ask one question?
One question.
So at our, folks, we're not adjourned yet?
Yes, we know.
Okay, so at our last meeting, we took a vote in formal session to send a letter to city council regarding data centers.
Shorter.
I've not seen this letter. What happened to it?
The letter has been sent.
Oh, thank you.
I thought maybe we got an.
I saw it.
Okay, I didn't.
Not on email, I thought. And we also added a recommendation that they move it to
Because you asked not to get it.
conditional use permit until we can get it.
Can a copy of that letter be shared with the commission?
Yes.
And I gave also, I asked a lobbyist friend of mine who was working on data centers for the state, just, hey, do we, any sense of any areas that are similar to ours? And he gave me 3 cities. Was it Loudoun, Prince William, was the other one? Henrico. And there were several bills that might be pertinent to us in terms of just looking, see what other people are doing for our zoning purposes.
And before Clay gets out of the room, I just want to thank him, even though it got cut a little short. This is, I think, my 4th or 5th time seeing it, so if you need to fill in for the next one, I got you. But thank you.
It's beautiful.
Okay, we're going to adjourn and convene for the formal session at 12:15.
What time?
12:15.
12:15.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this data center thing.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Costin, and I am the chair of the Planning Commission, and we'd like to thank you all for coming and participating today for our May 13th, 2026 meeting. Excuse our being a little late. We had a lot on our agenda today. A lot. So before we get started, I'm going to ask if Commissioner March would lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time, we will introduce the planning commissioners, beginning with our city attorney, followed by the planning administrator, Mrs. Caitlin Alcock, who will introduce members of staff.
Tori Eisenberg, Deputy City Attorney.
Michael Mauch, I have the pleasure of serving the city as the at-large representative.
Walter Camp, representing District 1, Kempsville. And if I shift around today, it's not meant to be disrespectful to any speaker. I have an injury to my leg.
John Cromwell, District 2, Pungo and Blackwater.
Good afternoon. Mike Anderson, District 3.
Hi, I'm Catherine Byler, District 4, which includes Virginia Beach Town Center and Burton Station and many areas in between up to the Norfolk border.
John Costin, 9, that's what I am.
Hi, my name is Holly Cuellar, and I represent District 8.
Catherine Schoonover, District 5.
Susan Hippen, District 7. College Park, Centerville, Salem, and more.
Nina Murjani, District 10.
Caitlin Alcock, Planning Administrator. Clerking to my left, we have Briatney Harrison and Grace Smith. In the audience, we have Planning Director Kathy Warren, Deputy Director Carrie Buchholt, Zoning Administrator Hannah Sabo, Development Services Administrator Seth Edwards. With our planning staff, we have Marshall Coleman, Alexis Bailey, Kristen Bauer, and Ariana Lowe.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please describe the rules and order of business for today's meeting?
Yes, Chair Costin. The Virginia Beach Planning Commission takes pride in being fair and courteous to all parties in attendance. It is important that all involved understand how the commission normally conducts its meetings. It is equally important that everyone treat each other and the members of the commission with respect and civility. We request that cell phones be put on silent during this meeting. This is an abbreviated explanation of the rules. The complete set of rules is located in the front of the Planning Commission agenda. Following is the order of business for this public hearing. Withdrawals and deferrals. The chairperson will ask if there are any requests to withdraw or defer an item on the agenda. Consideration of these requests will be made first. Consent agenda. The second order of business is the consideration of the consent agenda, which are those items that the Planning Commission believe are unopposed and which have favorable staff recommendation. Regular agenda. The commission will then proceed with the remaining items on the agenda. When an agenda item has been called, we will recognize the applicant or their representative first. Following the applicant or the representative, in-person speakers will be called next, and then the speakers participating via WebEx. Speakers in support or opposition of an agenda item will have 3 minutes to speak per item, unless they are solely representing a large group, such as a civic league or homeowners association, in which case they will have 10 minutes per item. If a speaker does not respond or if a technical issue occurs which renders the comments unintelligible, we will move on to the next speaker or the next order of business. After all speakers, the applicant may return to the podium to offer a rebuttal and answer questions of the commission. Please note that the actions taken by the commission today are in the form of a recommendation to the Virginia Beach City Council. The final decision to approve or disapprove an application will be made by the City Council. The commission thanks you for your attendance, and we hope that your experience here today leaves you feeling that you have been heard and treated fairly. Thank you.
Chair Costin,
Yes.
could we ask Commissioner Plumley to please state the reason he's participating remotely and also from what location?
Yes, thank you very much. I am on a long scheduled vacation with my wife in Rome, Italy.
He's having a tough time, isn't he?
I am right now.
I think it's always happy hour.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Madam Clerk. The next order of business is the consideration of requests to withdraw or defer an item. Do we have any items to be withdrawn? Any items to be deferred? I believe we have item 19 has been deferred for 30 days. Are there any other items to be deferred? Do I have a motion to defer item 19?
So moved.
Second.
So it has been moved by Commissioner March and seconded by Commissioner Hippen that this item be removed. Is there anyone abstaining? Ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Plumley,
Yes.
by a recorded vote of 10-0, item 19 has been recommended for 30-day deferral.
Thank you. The next order of business is the consent agenda, and we're going to turn this over to the Vice Chair to run that portion of the meeting.
Thank you, Chair Costin. Today we have 12 items on the consent agenda. These are applications that are recommended for approval by staff and the Planning Commission concurred, and there are no speakers signed up in opposition. The first items for consideration today are several sets of Planning Commission minutes, and I've asked Commissioner Camp to read these into the record.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. This portion of the consent agenda consists of a motion to approve draft minutes as amended by the Commission for 3 Planning Commission meetings, specifically the informal and formal hearings held on April 8th, 2026, with Commissioner Anderson abstaining because he was not present at those hearings, and minutes of the site visit held on May 7th, 2026, with Chair Costin and Commissioners Hippen and Plumley abstaining because they were not present at the site visit. That completes this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Camp. The next item on our, we're good on that. Okay. The next item on our agenda is item 1. Is there a representative to speak on this item today? Welcome, Seth Edwards. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Seth Edwards. I'm the Development Services Administrator in the Planning Department. Item 1 is an ordinance to amend Section 3319 of the city's Streets and Sidewalks Ordinance to consolidate the regulations related to the hauling of sand, gravel, topsoil, fill, or other excavated material. These regulations are currently included in the subdivision regulations, site plan ordinance, and the Streets and Sidewalks Ordinance. This amendment proposes to move all the aforementioned regulations into the Streets and Sidewalks Ordinance. This amendment will also allow hauling plans to be included as part of the site plan or subdivision construction plan review process in order to streamline the overall review and approval process. Staff have not received any opposition to this request and are recommending approval to provide clearer and more consistent guidance for staff and applicants.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Before you leave, if you could please move on to agenda item 2.
Absolutely. Again, for the record, my name is still Seth Edwards, the Development Services Administrator. Item 2 is related to the previous item and is an ordinance to amend Section 7.1 of the city's subdivision regulations to consolidate the regulations related to the hauling of sand, gravel, topsoil, fill, or other excavated material. As I previously mentioned, these regulations are currently included in the subdivision regulations, site plan ordinance, and Streets and Sidewalks Ordinance, and this particular amendment will remove all regulations related to these hauling permits from the subdivision regulations. Staff have not received any opposition to this request and are recommending approval to provide clearer and more consistent guidance for the review and approval process.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. And if you would, please, agenda item 3.
Agenda item 3 is related to the previous 2 items and proposes to amend Section 4 of the the city's site plan ordinance, removing all regulations related to the hauling of sand, gravel, topsoil, fill, or other excavated material, which are proposed to be contained entirely within the city's Streets and Sidewalks Ordinance as discussed with the past 2 items. Staff have not received any opposition to this request and are recommending approval to provide clearer and more consistent guidance for staff and applicants.
Thank you. You may be seated, but don't go far.
I won't.
Item 4 is by the City of Virginia Beach. Thank you, Ms. Sabo. For the record, please state your name.
Good afternoon. Hannah Sabo, Zoning Administrator for the City of Virginia Beach. Agenda item number 4 is an ordinance to amend City Code Chapter 19 pertaining to mobile homes. This text amendment updates Chapter 19, which permits freestanding mobile homes under certain circumstances. This amendment updates the enforcing department of Chapter 19, Article 2, from Public Works to Planning to align with current business practices. Further, this amendment clarifies Condition 2 relating to mobile homes in an agricultural district to match an existing interpretation. The 400-foot setback from another residence only applies to residences on adjacent parcels, not the principal residential building on the same parcel. There have been no opposition for this amendment, and staff recommends approval of the ordinance. The proposed amendment aligns with current policy and is in keeping with the purpose and intent of the city code.
Thank you, Ms. Sabo. You may be seated. And the last item on the city's agenda, agenda item 5. Mr. Edwards, if you would please come back and read it into the record for us.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Seth Edwards, Development Services Administrator, and I have one more ordinance to present to you this afternoon. Item 5 is an ordinance to amend Section 5.9 of the city's erosion and stormwater management ordinance to reflect updated stormwater permit-related fees recently approved by Virginia Department of Environmental Quality. This amendment will update the city's erosion and stormwater management ordinance to remain compliant with updated state regulations that become effective on July 1st of this year. Staff have not received any opposition to this request and are recommending approval as presented.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Item 6 is Kelco Incorporated. Is there a representative here today to speak on this item? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Vice Chair Byler, Chairman Costin, and for the rest of the board. For the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney representing Kelco Incorporated. Jonathan Spate, the principal, is with us. I'm not sure if Mr. Kellum, the owner of the lot, came down today or not. We appreciate being on the consent agenda, and all 4 conditions as recommended by staff are acceptable.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Cromwell to read this into the record. 6.
This application is for a subdivision variance. The parcel is west of Holland Road. The GPN, excuse me, are you sure you've got my name down correctly?
It's District 2.
Yes, it is. I apologize. The subject parcel was created improperly by deed on April the 10th, 1962. To legitimize the parcel as a buildable lot, a subdivision plat must be put into record. The applicant intends to put a plat to record for the purpose of constructing a single-family dwelling. The property is within the AG2 agricultural zoning district, which requires a minimum lot of 1 acre and a lot width of 150 feet, where the primary use is a single-family dwelling. The existing parcel is 19,602 square feet and lot area with a 100-foot lot width. Section 4.4 of the subdivision regulations require that, except that where created by governmental action, lots created by subdivision must meet all requirements of the zoning ordinance. As these do not meet the minimum dimensional standards of the AG2 zoning district, a subdivision variance to this section must be granted before a plat can be approved to record. Hearing no opposition to this, we put it on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Cromwell. The next item is agenda item 9. Is there a representative here today to speak on this?
Vice Chair, there's no one here today to speak on this, but we have spoken with the applicant. They are accepting of the conditions. There was a request to modify the hours of operation to be from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., as was conditioned with the 2015 approval. So if that is the will of this body, they would like to have that modification to condition 3.
Okay. So the conditions are acceptable then?
With the modification to the operating hours, if that pleases the commission, to be from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Is there any objection among the commissioners? No. All right, with that slight modification then, I have asked Commissioner Cromwell to read this into the record.
This application is for Steve and Cindy Barnes. It's at 1100 Sandbridge Road on a 4.96 acre lot. The applicant is requesting a modification of conditions to an existing conditional use permit for a farm stand to allow a food truck as an accessory use. The site currently contains 5,400 square foot farm stand and growing fields for soy, herbs, and cut flowers. The proposed food truck will be located to the west of the existing farm stand and will prepare food sourced from the farm, sold at the farm stand, or produced locally. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to add picnic tables directly behind the food truck for use by its patrons. Hearing no opposition to this, we recommend this for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Cromwell. Item 10 is Winners Properties LLC. Is there a representative here today to speak on this item? Thank you, sir. Please state your name for the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Corte. I'm a local attorney with Wolcott Rivers. I represent the applicant, the landowner, and the related entities. This is an application to amend an existing conditional use permit to relocate the previously approved car wash to the western property line. I just want to thank Alexis Bailey and Planning Commissioner Anderson for working with us to find agreeable conditions, all of which are acceptable to the applicant. And here to answer any questions, but I enjoy being on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Please be seated. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Anderson to read it into the record.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Agenda item number 10, Winners Properties LLC. This is a 14.78 acre site, which is located in Rosemont Strategic Growth Area, Zone B2, Community Business District. It was granted a conditional use permit for motor vehicle sales, service, and rentals in 1979. Subsequent modification requests were approved by the City Council in 2002, 2004, 2013, 22, and 25. To expand the Automobile Service Center, allow automotive repairs, and modify the site layout and building design. The applicant is seeking a modification of conditions to alter the concept plan associated with the 2025 modification of conditions, specifically to relocate the proposed car wash to the west side of the parking lot at 3736 Centera Way to improve on-site traffic flow and overall site functionality. With additional conditions, while there are active site building or other similar permits, a 6-foot tall chain link fence with dark mesh fabric shall be installed on Centera Way side of the property and maintained along the frontage to screen the construction area from the right-of-way and adjacent property owners, and will be removed when construction is complete. For that, those reasons and the additional conditions, we put this on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Anderson. Item 11 is SMF Corporate Stores LLC. Is there a representative here today to speak on this item? Please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Anise Richardson.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may be seated. Is there any objection to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I've asked Commissioner Mauch to read it into the record.
The applicant is requesting a modification of conditions to an existing conditional use permit for a tattoo parlor granted by the City Council on June 27th, 2022 on this B2 Community Business Zone parcel. In 2022, the City Council approved the conditional use permit for a tattoo parlor, specifically offering microblading services only. The applicant now seeks to expand the permitted activities to allow operations of a traditional full-service tattoo parlor. The request for modifications to existing conditions to an existing conditional use permit for a tattoo parlor is consistent with the comprehensive plan. For these reasons, hearing no objections, staff recommendation of approval, we found it acceptable to put it on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Mauch.
Excuse me, Vice Chair. We did have the one neutral speaker signed up for item 11, so we'll go ahead and call them if they want to come up and speak.
Thank you.
Andrew Gibbs.
All right, then. The next item on the consent agenda is item 14, Holly Weber. Is there a representative here to speak on this? Good afternoon, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Thank you, Holly Baker Weber.
Weber, okay, thank you.
That's okay.
Apologize for the mispronunciation. Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Cromwell to read it into the record.
This application is for a conditional use permit for assembly use at 1501 Gumbridge Road. The site size is 34 acres. The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit for an assembly use to operate an event venue on 34-acre AG1 and AG2 agricultural district zone parcel. The site is also utilized for boarding of horses. The applicant intends to host a maximum of 10 weddings per year, primarily during the fall from September through November and in the spring upon request. The proposed hours of operation are from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. The applicant anticipates a maximum of 100 guests per wedding. However, the final number of occupants will be determined by the fire marshal. As an additional condition, the conditional use permit shall expire 5 years from the date of approval. The renewal process of this conditional use permit may be administrative and performed by the planning department.
Thank you, Commissioner Cromwell. Item 15 is April A. Smith. Is there a representative here today to speak on this item? Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
April Smith.
Are the conditions acceptable to you?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated. Is there any opposition to this agenda item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Schoonover to read it into the record.
The applicant, April Smith, is requesting a conditional use permit for a family daycare home at 28 Sandy Woods Lane. This is a reasonable request, and seeing no opposition, has been placed on the consent agenda.
Thank you. And the last item on the consent agenda is item 18, Susan E. Black Merged Trust. Is there a representative here today to speak on this?
Yes.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Susan E. Black.
Are the conditions acceptable to you?
I have a question
Go ahead.
on recommended conditions, number 8.
Yes, what is your question?
The physical present at the short-term rental within 1 hour. It was 3 hours. Is that? Can that be changed to 3?
If the conditions are not acceptable to you, this may need to be removed and placed on items to be heard. Chair Costin, what is your discretion?
I would say, ma'am, that I don't believe you have to be on site if staff.
Okay.
I think you can call. You just have to make contact within that hour.
No.
Oh, that's acceptable. Thank you.
Condition says physical presence.
Physical presence.
No, apparently physical presence is required within 1 hour. Again, if the conditions are unacceptable to you, we will remove this from the consent agenda and we can set it for hearing later in this meeting today. And you can decide how you want to move forward and then we will vote accordingly.
No, that's okay. It's acceptable. Thank you. Can I help? Yes, I do have one more question. One more question on number 15. It says one rental contract for every 7 consecutive days.
Yes?
It was 2 rental contracts for 7 days prior. So is this something that has been changed?
I'm unfamiliar with the change, but the current condition is 1 contract for every 7 days.
Okay, acceptable. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We have a comment from staff.
I just wanted to clarify for the applicant's benefit that the applicant or the owner doesn't have to be present within that first hour. They can send a representative on their behalf.
Right. It does not need to be the owner. A representative of the owner just needs to be present within 1 hour.
Correct.
Thank you for the clarification. Is there any opposition to this item being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, I have asked Commissioner Morjani to read this into the record.
This application by Susan E. Black Merge Trust is for a conditional use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4005 Atlantic Avenue, Unit 104 of the Oceans 2 condominium. This building is located within the Oceanfront Resort area. We have not received any opposition and therefore request that be added to the consent agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Morjani. Chair Costin, that was the last item on the consent agenda. The Planning Commission places the following applications on the consent agenda.
Excuse me. Vice Chair, I had 17 on the consent agenda. Did that change?
That was pulled at the request of the applicant's representative.
Pardon?
That was pulled at the request of the applicant's representative.
Thank you.
The items currently on the consent agenda are agenda items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 18, and the records of the minutes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a motion to approve by consent the items as read? So moved. Vice Chair.
Second.
Who was that moved? It has been moved by
Anderson.
Commissioner Anderson and seconded by Commissioner Hippen, that these items be approved by by consent. Are there anyone abstaining from any of these items?
Yes, this is Brian Plumley. I'm abstaining from the May site visit and items 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Plumley,
Yes, with my abstentions noted. Thank you.
by a recorded vote of 11-0 with all aforementioned abstentions, all aforementioned minutes and items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 14, 15, and 18 have been recommended for approval by consent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If you had an application that was on the consent agenda, your request will be scheduled for an upcoming city council meeting. Staff will contact you about the date. For those applications on the consent agenda, thank you for your participation, and you may remain in this meeting either virtually or in person, but you are free to leave. Thank you. The next order of business is the regular agenda. The regular agenda will proceed as follows. The applicant will be given up to 10 minutes to present their item. We will then hear from speakers in support and opposition. The applicant may then return to the podium for up to 3 minutes for rebuttal and then answer any questions from the commission. Madam Clerk, we're ready for the first item.
Our first item is item 7, BHC LLC.
Good afternoon. My name is Ben Bouchard, representing BHC LLC on this application. I want to thank you all for hearing this case. Bouchard Homes has been the pioneer developer in the Gatewood neighborhood. We've built 7 homes in this community since 2019. Many of the neighbors have voiced their appreciation for our work to improve the community, and they've also voiced their preference and feedback that they prefer single-family development in the neighborhood rather than duplex. And that's the reason for this subdivision variance before you today. BHC LLC is requesting a variance for lot width to allow for 50 feet instead of 60 that is typically required at a corner. Also being requested is a variance to lot area to allow for 4,978 square feet instead of 5,000 as required. And that is due to a right-of-way dedication that was given at the corner of Paris Street and Gatewood, where they gave a 10-foot radius to round the corner. It's also worth noting that there is 17 to 20 feet of additional grass right-of-way between the property line and the edge of pavement on Gatewood and Paris Street. The proposed single family to be built on this lot will meet all other dimensional requirements of the R5D zoning district. Elevations of that home have been provided. And this site is located outside of the APZ area. It can be developed by five units by right. However, due to the proximity to the intersection, the 2 units on the corner, closest to the corner, would have to be duplex style construction. And this application does not change the number of units to be built. Instead, it allows for a fully single family style development that's more in keeping with the character and vision for the community. For reference, there's currently 15 single-family homes that front Gatewood Avenue and only 1 duplex that fronts Gatewood Avenue. We do have 4 letters of support for this application, and as Marshall mentioned in the informal, we did have 1 email opposing the project over the weekend due to a misunderstanding on the allowable density, and I had a chance to meet with them on Monday and clarify the fact that this does not increase density. It's just to provide single-family development that aligns with the community's vision for the neighborhood. They expressed agreement with their neighbors and told me they'd be sending a follow-up email to rescind that opposition, which I believe Marshall said they received. So in summary, this application does not change the number of units to be built, and it's inspired by community feedback to provide single-family housing. So again, thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
Yes, we have 1 speaker via WebEx, Drew Hitt.
Yes, I'm here. So my name is Drew Hitt, and I've been a Virginia Beach resident for 27 years and a residential redeveloper and affordable housing provider in Hampton Roads for the last 20. I own just shy of 200 rental units and have bought and flipped over 1,100 properties, including several in this very neighborhood. I also happen to own the 2 duplexes that are on Paris Street, just across the street from this potential development here. I urge you to continue with the denial of the subdivision variance that's been proposed here. I fully support staff's recommendation for denial. These proposed 5,000 square foot lots are fundamentally incompatible with Gatewood Park's original suburban character. Up until 2020, there was only 1 5,000 square foot lot in this entire neighborhood. It's roughly 1% of the 105 lots that exist over there. Now there are 5, or 4.5%. If this variance is approved and these developments continue to move forward, that number continues to rise. The vast majority of the surrounding lots are 10,000 to 15,000 square feet. These are not the same as the traditional duplexes in this neighborhood that have much larger lots. Duplexes by nature are affordable rental units. These are essentially townhouse style resale units being inserted into a predominantly single family area that has existed for over 70 years. This does not honor the comprehensive plan's call for infill that is scaled and proportionate with surrounding development. This would now be the 3rd corner lot developed in this neighborhood in the last 6 years since the precedence was set. In the last 70 years prior, this style of property never existed. Creating precedence is a dangerous thing. It erodes the very character the neighborhood was designed for and threatens affordable rental housing. The chair and members of the Planning Commission, I urge you to strictly adhere to the variance standards and protect the neighborhood scale at all points in one direction. Deny this variance and reverse course of the application in its entirety and the trend. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Bashir, are there any other speakers?
There are no other speakers.
Mr. Bashir, if you would come back. You have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you. I would just remind the board that these 5,000 square foot lots are in conformance with the R5D district, and that the reason for the request is based on community feedback that they prefer single family instead of duplex, and does not change the number of units that could or would be built on this property otherwise.
Are there any questions?
Hi, Mr. Bouchard.
Hello.
Thanks for being here today.
Absolutely.
Can you just share with us how your community engagement became involved? That's such an important part of this process. And if you could just elaborate that a little bit more for us, I'd be most grateful.
Sure. Over the years since we've been building in this neighborhood, we've gotten to know the neighbor across the street very well, and she's been kind of the pioneer of letting us know that that's their preference. I did some door knocking around the neighborhood as well, close to this corner, and every person that I had the chance to speak to while they were home signed a letter of support. There are several doors I knocked on that were not home at the time, but I was not aware of any opposition until this morning, other than that email that we received.
Thank you very much, and thank you for engaging with the community.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Camp?
Good afternoon. Thank you again for being here. I have two questions for you. The recommendation from the staff is to deny your application. If I understand this right, by right, you could create 4 single-family homes on the land that you've assembled here.
4 single-family homes, or otherwise it could be 3 single families and 2 duplex units.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So if the staff's recommendation was upheld by City Council, can you give us an indication of which of those 2 directions you would go with this property?
Sure. I would certainly have to talk to some of the leadership in the organization, but my assumption is that we would build the 5 units that are permitted by right.
So what are the 5 units again?
It would be 3 single families and 2 duplex style units on the corner.
Okay, so 3 single-family and 2 duplex versus your application to build 5 single-family homes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. My second question is, your firm appears to be very aware of the market for opportunities for infill development. You even use the term. In terms of finding sites like this where you might be able to put 4 or 5 homes, is that a common occurrence? Or is it typically that you're coming up with sites that have 1, possibly 2, maybe even 3 sites? Is there any norm that we're seeing out there as we begin this infill process under the comp plan?
Yeah, there's certainly every neighborhood's a little bit different. This is one neighborhood that we've identified many years ago that has a lot of these subdividable properties and is kind of ripe for redevelopment. The northern half of the neighborhood does have some restrictions based on its proximity to the military base. That's why the lots are larger up there than they are down the southern side. But I hope that answers your question. But we do have some particular neighborhoods in the city that we target for these sort of subdivisions.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? I would like to entertain a motion or further discussion.
I move that we approve this application.
Second.
You may be seated. It has been moved by Commissioner Schoonover that we approve this item and seconded by Commissioner Cuellar. Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Plumlee?
I do want to speak to the motion. I am in favor of this passage. I sometimes struggle to understand what is a hardship and in whose view it becomes a hardship. But I don't want that to stand in the way of what is right, and that is to allow this project to go forward. Thank you.
By a recorded vote of 9-2, item 7 BHC LLC has been recommended for approval. Our next item is item 8, DS Investors Incorporated.
Good afternoon, Chairman Costin, members of the commission. Again, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney. I'm representing DS Investors, Inc. on a piece of property that was owned by the Pallett family for a number of decades. The property is assemblage that has existed since the 1950s, even 1940s, of 5 legally platted contiguous non-conforming lots, or lots. They were conforming because there was no zoning ordinance when they were created. 4 of which are 20 feet wide by 100 feet deep. One is 25 feet wide by 100 feet deep, for a total of 105 feet of frontage on Kennedy, and 100 feet deep on, I apologize, I've lost track of the name of the other street adjacent to it. Thank you. The lots were created, again, 29 years before we had a zoning ordinance and 29 years before we had a subdivision ordinance. In 1973, Virginia Beach adopted its first ordinance, and in 1954, Princess Anne County adopted the first ordinance, and then it became the city's ordinance in 1963 with the merger. From 1954 on, the properties in Shadow Lawn all were non-conforming. The lot size in 1954 and today, minimum in Shadow Lawn in R57, now R5S, has always been 50 feet in width and 5,000 square feet in lot area. There were no 50-foot wide lots or 5,000 square foot lots platted in Shadow Lawn with the original subdivision plat of Shadow Lawn. The proposed 2-lot resub, a 55-foot corner lot and a 50-foot interior lot, and a proposal on the house to be built on the corner lot that meets the architectural guidelines for Shadow Lawn, and with the approval of this lot, it will be the 13th lot that has to meet those guidelines out of well over 400 in Shadow Lawn, because the guidelines were created in 1992, and I'll get to that. This application does not involve in any way, shape, or form a zoning variance. There's no variance to setback. The buildable area on a 55-foot wide by 100-foot deep corner lot in Shadow Lawn is exactly the same as a 50 by 100-foot interior lot in Shadow Lawn. The setbacks are 5 and 10 for interior and 15 and 5 for corner. So the buildable envelope on both are identical. They're 35 feet wide by 60 feet deep. That's not to say that whole buildable area is going to be built on, but they're identical. There is no substandard aspect to a corner lot in the R5S district in Shadow Lawn. In 1983, after properties were starting to be developed as they were originally platted with shotgun houses on it, Nancy Parker and Diane Close spearheaded an effort that went to this commission in 1983 and to City Council and adopted 502E, what is now 502E of our zoning ordinance. It hasn't changed other than in 1992 and in 1993, I think, maybe 2 or 3, and 2002. In that adoption process, and I've sent you all the transcript of the public hearing, the entirety of the discussion was about shotgun houses that were on 30-foot wide lots and getting rid of those, because there are a number of them that were developed back then. And it is on the record that Nancy Parker, who spearheaded this, had Tom Ammons, who later became a judge, who's chairman of the Planning Commission, a very, very talented real estate attorney, draft 502E for the explicit purpose, as she stated, of making it as narrow as possible and to impact as few people as possible. And unfortunately, no one in Shadow Lawn got prior notice of the adoption of this 502E. And there were a number of people who had large assemblages of property that had no knowledge, including the city assessor, because they continue to be taxed on having developable property. And back in the early 90s, I was retained to help those people, and that led to, rather than a lawsuit, which was threatened, a revision to 502E that added provision, sub-provision 5, which gave the people with those assembled lots the opportunity to create by re-subdivision, not new subdivision, but re-subdivision, because all the lots were there, to have one lot that was non-conforming, 35 feet wide or greater, and all the rest had to be conforming lots. And from then until right around 1999, 2000, 10 people took advantage of that and recorded plats. And there were no other people who wished to do so. The community said, well, nothing else is coming in. We'd like to get rid of that. No one objected to it. And in 2002, subsection E was removed. Since then, in 2009 and 2011, 2 cases just like this moved forward that I handled. The first one, council approved 10-1. The second one was on consent. The second one was on consent at the Planning Commission. Because before the second one in 2011, I went and had done all this work on the lots that are in Shadowlawn, which you all have a copy of. But because it was on the consent agenda, there was no presentation either time. And this is the first one since that time. So the reality of this situation is that, in my opinion, there should not be a requirement for a subdivision variance, but we're happy to take one, and we're here to say, well, that we think one is deserved, and I'll even talk to Mr. Plumlee's issue of hardship, which I think is kind of obvious. But the reason I don't think that it makes any sense that we have to do this is that when you look at what happens with the subdivision ordinance was not a part of the adoption of 502E at all, nothing to do with it. And Judge Ammons, who wasn't a judge at the time, in drafting this clearly says the only thing that we're talking about are the standards in the zoning district, R7 then, R5S now, which have not changed. And from 1954 on, our zoning, R7 and now R5S, has every time it's been revised, every comp plan has said, it was created for existing small lots that didn't meet the standards, and we're not creating any more of it. And we haven't created any more of it. And I do not believe that I know there hasn't been another rezoning to anything to R5S, and I don't believe there's been any new subdivision plat of undeveloped lots in R5S at all. So this idea that we have to have 60-foot corner lots, they don't exist. They don't exist in Shadowlawn. We have a lot of 50-foot lots in R10 Croatan, corner lots, R5 lots at the north end, 50-foot wide corner lots everywhere. The subdivision ordinance, it really shouldn't apply under what 502E was after and what it was doing. Because if you look at every residential zoning district in the city, R40 all the way down to R5R, R5S, and R5D. In R7.5, R10, R15, R20, and R30, if you add the extra 10 feet on a corner lot, you get a still smaller buildable area than on an interior lot. You add the 5 feet to R40, R5R, and R5D, also 5,000 square foot subdivisions, and you get the same buildable area on a corner lot as an interior lot. The only one that's different is R5S. You add 10 feet to an R5S lot under the provisions for setbacks, and that's what I'm talking about on all these, you get a bigger house on a corner lot. Not the same, not smaller, but bigger. At 55, you get the same size buildable area on a corner lot as on a interior lot, and that's exactly the same thing you get in R5R and R5D, the same size buildable area. So 55 feet is not, a corner lot is not substandard in any way in R5S. And because, again, there were not going to be any subdivisions of R5S property that were new. This is all done by re-subdivision, and there's a provision in our ordinance, and it's kind of it's mirrored in the language of 502E
Excuse me, Mr. Burdon.
about re-subdividing to
Excuse me, Mr.
conforming
Burdon.
or almost conforming lots. Yes.
Your time has expired.
I'm just trying to put it all on the record.
I know.
Can I address Mr. Plumlee's concern about hardship?
Wait till we see if we have any
I'll let him
speakers
ask me
first.
the question. Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for this item?
Yes, we have one speaker, Johnny McCoy.
I do have a question for Mr. Burdon.
Can we handle it after we hear from the person who's speaking?
Certainly, Chairman, I can do it afterwards. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Johnny McCoy. I live directly across the property in question on Rudy Avenue. A little background on myself. I do have a Class A general contractor's license. I built some 28 residential dwellings in Tidewater over my 50-year career. I do know the ins and outs of development in existing neighborhoods. One thing about Rudy Avenue is it leaves Norfolk Avenue for about a mile, I guess, about halfway down it bottlenecks, becomes very narrow. What I have seen, I've been there 38 years, a large increase in pedestrians, that being people walking their dogs, people pushing baby carriages, people riding bikes, skateboards. When they get to this bottleneck area, currently, if two cars are coming towards each other and there's a pedestrian involved, one of them has to stop, let the other one pass, so the other one can go around the pedestrian. When this happens in the dark, and I know this firsthand, when I'm heading north on Rudy in the dark and a car approaches me from the south, I'm blinded. I have to literally stop in fear of hitting the pedestrian. Years ago, there were builders popping up houses, as he stated, all over Rudy Avenue, all over Shadow Lawn, and the neighbors got together and approached City Council. There was a big meeting in City Council chambers, and subsequently, City Council changed the zoning. As he stated, they cut out the building on 30, on the narrow lots. Lots then had to be 50 foot, and they had to meet the setbacks. There was no more subdividing lots. However, there was a deadline for existing owners to subdivide their lots legally and record them at City Hall. That deadline was some 60 to 90 days after the meeting. To my knowledge, this property was not subdivided. I personally knew Bobby Pallett, the owner, who's a very close friend of mine. I don't believe he subdivided the property. The deadline ended the rush of builders coming in our neighborhood, and we were very happy about that. Favoring this variance would undermine what City Council did for our neighbors some 20 years ago. The attorney listed some precedents, I believe, and if he didn't, he spoke to Mr. Treblecock of some. And we contend that that's not true. The precedents don't count in this position. This corner lot is unique. I'll give you all a picture of that I'll explain later. But there's a fire hydrant on this corner lot. The intersection of Kennedy Avenue and Rudy is the last place you can turn through to avoid a dead-end street. Rudy continues on from Kennedy Avenue for 1 block, makes a hard left turn, becomes Close Avenue for another block. Again, this is the only place you can turn around to avoid that area. Trash collection, recycle, they all have to pull into this intersection and back all the way up to the end of Rudy Avenue, around the corner, to pick up trash on those 2 blocks. I personally spoke to the trash collection drivers. They oppose anything that would cause more on-street parking on this corner. I also talked to the school bus driver. She's the same way. I don't think it even needs to be said how this could hinder problems with fire and rescue. With respect to parking, we have one house on this corner right now, they have parking for 9 cars. As we'll go over that in the picture I sent you. What he's proposing is to put up 2 houses with parking for 4 cars. That is definitely going to be a problem. Aesthetics and architecture do not go along with what's in the neighborhood. What he's proposing to put up, what you will see from Rudy Avenue is a 30-foot vinyl wall with 3 windows stuck in it randomly. It looks like randomly. So the plans do not go along with the neighborhood. One of my neighbors passed this on to me, and I know you've seen this before. But the basis for a variance can only be granted if the applicant proves specific legal criteria such as a unique hardship. There's no hardship on this property. The hardship makes reasonable use of the property impossible without the variance? Not so. The variance will not harm public welfare or alter neighborhood character? It will. Our objections. The applicant does not face unique hardship. Excuse me. If so, the hardship is self-created. He bought this lot to build 2 houses on it. It wasn't zoned to build 2 houses on it. He knew it, he bought it anyway. I know this firsthand because I spoke with the builder 2 weeks before he closed the property. The variance does in fact harm public welfare. Increased traffic, noise and privacy concerns, incompatibility with neighborhood character. Above all, the variance violates the intent of the zoning ordinance the City Council passed. If you take a look at the picture that I gave you, this picture was taken from my front yard 2 days ago. Yes, ma'am, that's it. I took this from my front yard 2 days ago. Directly across the street, you'll see parking for 6 cars in that driveway. The front of the house, can be 3 more cars. The neighbor that moved in there is renting from the builder. Currently, you see 1, 2, 3 cars parked in the 9-car parking area. They also have another car parked, a little purple SUV. It's parked wrong, but it's probably in a legal spot. Directly in front of that SUV, right in the corner, you'll see a fire hydrant. Back behind the SUV, you'll see a van. Behind that van is 2 more cars. What this represents is all of our overflow parking from my house all for a block down Rudy Avenue and a block down Close Avenue. That's the only overflow parking we have. So they put more people on this corner. Where are we going to park? That said, folks, we as the neighbors of Shadow Lawn, we urge you not to recommend a variance and undermine what City Council did for the neighbors of Shadow Lawn years ago. Thank you.
Could you?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, could you come back? He has a question.
For me?
Yes, for you.
Sure.
I'm so sorry. I'm appearing remotely. I'm somewhere in the internet above you. I'm curious to know if you've met or had time to meet with this applicant to ask them these deeply important questions that you've presented us today.
I ran into the applicant 2 weeks prior to his closing. I didn't know at the time that he was buying it. We thought someone else was buying it, but I think they backed out because of zoning, and he stepped in and bought it. That's what I believe. He can correct me on that. but I did explain to him that the neighbors did not want it. Furthermore, after he closed on it, I did meet with him in the street. And one of my recommendations to him was that he meet with the neighbors prior to coming to planning, present us a plan that we could all possibly live with. He chose not to do that.
So
I know the builder, and he's a friend.
we were presented Monday at 5 o'clock about a 5 single-space page write-up about the history of this lot. Have you seen that write-up, sir?
I have not. But I know a lot about the history, though.
You mentioned precedents about the sizes of these lots and the development of this neighborhood. Can you spend a little more time being more specific on why you believe this goes against the architectural characteristic of this neighborhood? Thank you.
I've looked at his plans, and from what you see we'll see on Moody Avenue, like I stated earlier, is a 2-story vinyl wall, and I believe there was 3 windows in it. This is a plan that Mr. Troublecock showed me and my neighbors.
Thank you.
Commissioner Schoonover.
I'm a little confused because I'm getting some conflicting information. I'm the representative of that district, so I'm so sorry. So I spoke with the association president yesterday, or sorry, the Civic League president yesterday. He was telling me that there was a concern in the neighborhood that everybody and their brother basically was chopping up their pieces of property into 2 by right, and that there was an effort to try to prevent this by maybe trying to block some of the properties that might have to have a variance of some variety in order to do it. Are you saying that nobody else is continuing to subdivide their property? Like this is all stopped except for this variance we're getting here?
Can you shorten the question up a little? I'm
sorry.
Hearing impaired. I apologize.
I'm so sorry. My mother usually complains that I'm too loud. So, so I was told that there is concern by the neighbors that too many people are subdividing their property by right, and that people want to stop this because it's changing the neighborhood by and that they wanted to try to prevent this by stopping a request like this. They're asking for a variance. You're telling me that nobody's allowed to do that anymore, but the Civic League president is telling me that people are upset that everybody's doing this. So I'm trying to figure out what's accurate here. Are people subdividing by right, and this is also a variance, or are people not subdividing by right anymore?
Well, ma'am, everybody, as far as I know, everybody I have spoke to, and I'm talking Lands and Lands End, which is, I think, considered part of Shadlawn, none of those signed that letter that you got, by the way. These are close neighbors. But I've talked to a lot of people in Shadlawn. Nobody wants anything passed to put more people in Shadlawn. We are flooded. The traffic, the parking, the pedestrians, it's overwhelming.
But the part I'm trying to figure out is, and maybe somebody in the room can clarify this, I'm being told by other people that people are subdividing their property in the neighborhood by right, and you're saying they're not even allowed to do that anymore. And I'm trying to figure out which is accurate.
Okay, there are properties. There's more houses coming, and there's nothing we can do about that. Those properties were legally subdivided by the deadline City Council imposed. Example, I believe the one directly across the street from this house was legally subdivided. I don't believe they'll be in front of you to build 2 houses. I believe that they've already conformed. So if that happens, now you got 4 houses on this corner. So it's going crazy.
Well, I'm trying to figure out how I justify saying no to this applicant when he's asking for something that everybody else is doing by right, and it doesn't seem, a couple feet doesn't seem that dramatic, but I'm getting told two different things, and I'm just not sure how to interpret this.
I don't understand. It's my understanding this property is not zoned for two houses. It was never subdivided.
So it's my understanding that one of the things that was happening is that people were trying to build these little 30-foot lots.
Correct.
And it was a disaster. And to stop it, they said, okay, let's do 50 feet. And so that was the way that they were trying to beat that whole 30-foot thing back.
That's true.
Everybody and their brother, according to one group of people, is subdividing their lots by right. And then this one is just a couple feet off. And I'm trying to figure, I'm not sure how I justify saying no to them if they're doing what is essentially the same thing as everybody else is doing it by right, but you're saying nobody else is subdividing. So I'm just trying to figure out what's happening, because either everybody's subdividing or nobody's subdividing anymore. And I'm just not sure how to view this. Maybe some of the city could clarify this.
Well, in my mind, and this is personally,
yeah,
as a builder, there's side setbacks, backs, front setbacks, and on the corner, there's more setback. Mm-hmm. Why does he get a variance so that he can build another house there? What makes him so special? This is not a matter of saying yes. This is just upholding the zoning.
Well, from what I'm understanding, this is sort of an exceptional requirement in this neighborhood alone that seems odd in the first place, that for whatever reason in Shadow Lawn only, they're requiring these extra few feet, and nothing else in the neighborhood is being required to meet that. But this particular lot is. I'm just not sure how I justify saying no, but I really would love to get clarification from somebody who could verify the legality of what's been going on here, whether or not other people are still being allowed to subdivide or not, because I'm hearing two different things.
The other people are not, as far as I know, they're not able to subdivide. That date has come and gone. If you didn't subdivide years ago per city council, you couldn't subdivide after that date.
Well, then exactly what is it that you were concerned about that's happening in the neighborhood with all of these subdivisions, if it's not happening anywhere else? I'm just confused as to what exactly we're trying to stop that's happening all over the neighborhood, if this is this one unusual thing that's happening, but it's not happening anywhere else.
Well, we're trying to stop changing the neighborhood. We're trying to stop houses from popping up all the neighborhood.
I think I may need to ask the staff some questions for this later. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to have made that so complicated.
Anything else? Thank you.
Mr. Burdon, you have 3 minutes, sir.
I thank the gentleman for coming down. I'm afraid that gentleman is confused and in error. There has never, ever been any action by city council to restrict any property owner in Shadow Lawn from re-subdividing their already subdivided properties into lots that conform with the dimensional requirements of what is now R5S, which is 50-foot wide lots with 100 feet of depth and 5,000 square feet of lot area. And that is exactly what has been happening in Shadow Lawn since the 1970s. And only during the period from 83 to 92 was there a restriction that you couldn't build on any non-conforming lot that wasn't separately owned as of 1983. That wasn't 50 feet wide, but you could create one that was not, and the rest had to meet the requirements. And as of 1992, that, actually I got it backwards, that's when that started. And no, 83 to 92 is when you couldn't do it, and then 92 to 2002 is when it went back to you can re-subdivide your property. They all have to meet the requirements of the ordinance. Sorry, I got that confused. But there's no prohibition at all from, they don't want, it is 100% a hardship to suggest that somebody with 10,500 square feet and 105 feet of frontage can't create a 50 and a 55-foot wide lot. No variances whatsoever for anybody, any setback whatsoever, meets all the setback requirements of the zoning ordinance. That confiscation, and that's what it would be, is unreasonable, and unlike close to 400 lots in a neighborhood who can build anything they want, this 55-foot lot with the same buildable area has to comply with the guidelines for shadow lawn, which were adopted in 1992 for the non-conforming lots, not for conforming lots, and non-conforming being a lot on a 35-foot wide, a house on a 35-foot wide lot with smaller setbacks, and that's not involved here whatsoever. So there is clearly a hardship, and it's a confiscation. And I've given you copies of 2 subdivision plats, 55-foot wide lots on the corner, 50-foot lot, one in 2011, 1,002 in 2018, approved by City Council by the 55-foot corner lot variances in 2009 and 2011. The corner lots in this neighborhood.
I hate to cut you off again.
51 corner lots that are 27 55 feet wide, 4 50 feet wide, and 15 less than 50 feet wide. I don't think there's any 60-foot wide lot in.
I believe we have a question for you from.
Yes, we do have questions for you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Plumley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes. I think at some point, Mr. Bourdon was going to get to the answer of my question.
Hardship?
Hardship. And when you're talking about, and that's just where you have to be plain and clear.
Yes,
you're saying the dimensions required under our ordinance are met on the parcel. Is that fair or unfair?
My argument from the 30,000 foot perspective is that based on 502E, these lots, and based on the 5 corner lots that were approved, 1 in 79 before the 502E adoption, 2 between 83 and 92, with subsection E being subsection 5 of E being in place, and 1 after subsection 5 was removed in 2002. All of those 5 corner lots, 1 being 50 feet wide, 4 being 55 feet wide, all of those were approved and the plat signed off on by the planning director and public works director without a variance for those corner lots. And
you see that as precedence. I'm sorry, Mr. Bourdon. You see that as precedence guiding us in some form or fashion for our proceeding today. Is that a fair question?
That is absolutely correct, coupled with the 2009 City Council approved variance for a corner lot identical to this, and the 2011 City Council approved variance for a corner lot identical to this, that I passed around copies of the recorded re-subdivision plats of those properties, one recorded in 2018, and I didn't keep a copy, but the answer is all of those are precedents, Mr. Plumley. All of them are.
Thank you.
Mr. Hill.
Mr. Bourdon, I want to make sure that it's clear. Are you asking for any variance on any of the setbacks in this?
Absolutely not. The house on the corner will be set back 15 feet from the side corner adjacent, 5 feet on the interior, 20 in the front, 20 in the back. Meets every setback requirement, and the building size is identical to any interior lot in shadow lawn on a conforming 50-foot by 100-foot lot.
Thank you.
Commissioner Camp.
I have a couple of questions. I read your 40-some page legal memo last night, and I appreciate it. That I wish I would have gotten it earlier, but nonetheless, you put a great deal of effort into explaining your client's position. It's a lot to absorb, as we've seen through some of the discussion today. Like Commissioner Plumlee, I'm going to ask you to help me with some plain language and brevity here. If I understand this, you're actually making multiple arguments. One of them is, yes, you are. Okay, so one of them I think you're saying is this subdivision variance doesn't apply. A second one is there are certain precedents out there that whether it applies or not, the city would be inconsistent if it decided otherwise now on your client. Is that generally where you're coming from on this?
Well, what I'm, unfortunately, what I'm saying is that we're here seeking a subdivision variance, okay? So, because that's what we have been told is necessary, and my first argument is that that is an interpretation that in 2009 and 2011, I did not discuss because I hadn't done the research in 2009. It didn't in 2000.
I got it, but it doesn't apply.
So I'm just pointing out the fact that that was never the intent of 502E.
Okay.
And 502E is the only reason we're here.
I'm going to get to 502E. Just take baby steps with me here.
Right. So that's that. Now, as far as on the variance, what I'm saying is that the character of the neighborhood, by the statistics I provided, is clear and unequivocal that the overwhelming majority of the lots are 50 feet wide and under.
I got it. So, okay. Next question. I'm almost done. Walk with me here. If I'm reading this right, you're talking about a section of the code, the legislative intent, where you go into this whole thing about what they were trying to accomplish.
Right.
Well, let me respectfully point out to you that 2 months ago in the Westneck decision, we had a situation with a whole lot more property, 1,000 homes. We're talking about an enormous section of the city down there, and the legislative intent in the zoning code, you can read it today, and I'm sure you have, is that the city shall not enlarge or create any more PDH2 districts. And City Council did. So I have to assume then that the legislative intent, rather than the hard body of the zoning code, is not necessarily what our City Council is holding as the standard. And to the extent you're basing all of these other arguments on something that City Council just disregarded in a much bigger way 2 months ago, I can't give it the kind of weight that you're asking me to. With that established, do you have anything to say to the 29 letters that were received from the neighbors about specific objections, or the testimony we heard today about specific objections that may not be legalistic in nature, but deal with the use of the property in the way that your client would like to be able to use the property? Is there anything that would address their concerns about their neighborhood the way that your client would like to develop this land?
Well, my client will be developing each of these 2 lots with a single-family home on them. And as was conditioned in the 2 applications I referred to and provided the subdivision plats on, the corner lot will meet the architectural guidelines for shadow lawn that were adopted in 1992 and still remain in place even with subsection 5 of 502E being removed. It stayed in place. And there are no architectural guidelines for shadow lawn other than on lots that were non-conforming that were approved by variance, and that now will total, if this approved, 12. The rest of them can build any house will look anything like they want it to look. This one will have to look like the guidelines spell out, and that was done with the Civic League back in 1992. And the other ones that have been built No one has complained about them because they're smaller, they're not as large. There will be, it'll meet all the parking requirements and every other zoning requirement. We met with both of the houses built on these lots, which are the same size as the overwhelming majority. I mean, well over 80% of the lots will, with 502E and with what's there, the percentage of small ones, the 80 some that are out there that are small with house on it, as a percentage of the whole keeps getting smaller.
Thank you very much for your time with me.
Commissioner Byler? Vice Chair?
Chair Costin, I have a question for staff, but I can wait until there's a motion and a second if you prefer and hold it under discussion.
You can go ahead and ask.
Okay. Director Warren, could you please address the two issues that I heard here? One was raised by Commissioner Schoonover, and the other was raised by the speaker in opposition regarding rooms for school trash pickup and emergency vehicles.
So I'm going to defer to our deputy director who's prepared to answer this.
So subdivisions in this neighborhood continue to happen, especially by right. So if they're meeting the requirements of the zoning ordinance, you can still subdivide your property if you provide the right frontage, the right area. That continues to happen. When this application is submitted, when the site plans are submitted, they will be routed to different departments to review for access. We haven't received any concerns based on the subdivision application from the waste management folks, from fire, but they will have an opportunity to review whenever the single family plans come into our office.
So that happens at a later time?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If there are no further questions, the chair would like to entertain a motion.
I move that we approve this project.
Is there a second?
I can second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Schoonover and seconded by Commissioner Moranjani that we approve this item.
Would like to be heard, Mr. Chairman. This is Plumley.
Okay, sir. Go right ahead.
Thank you. And first of all, I want to thank Mr. Bourdon. I think he does an excellent job. And these are not personal issues. I want to start with that. But when we need this level of historic recitation to understand the precedents or lack of it, depending upon the remembrance of a few people, and I mean less than a handful of people in this city, to know just exactly what is an anomaly and what is not an anomaly, it's almost impossible for a landowner of ordinary knowledge to know their full rights. This is the very definition of Byzantine regulation when we get into this minutia. The speaker for Shadowlawn said it's just a matter of upholding your zoning ordinance. And I think what he's getting at is Shadowlawn had an architectural character of having wide corner lots. And that's what we're doing away with. Now, from my perspective as a person who understands what we're doing with housing in Virginia Beach, I'm still going to vote for this. Just because I have trouble with the logic of how we get there doesn't mean I don't support what we're doing, because we need development. But I do want to stop and take note of these things, and I'm not going to take every chance to relitigate prior decisions of this commission. But I want to take the opportunity when they come to speak up, because we're not always, and he may live forever, he's going to outlive me. We may not always have Eddie Bourdon to send us 50-page memos 2 days before a hearing like this. But I think it's important that we're putting this before the public and that they understand why we reach these decisions and that they're difficult decisions. Anyway, thank you very much for that opportunity.
Madam Clerk, are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open.
I just want to make a quick comment. So I had spoken at length with the Shadow Lawn Civic League president, and it's my understanding that there's been an effort to try to prevent these subdivisions, or rather re-subdivisions. And I think there was a substantial hope that if they could stop anything that had a variance, it might stop all of this. It's my understanding that there are very few homes left that could even be subdivided or re-subdivided and require any kind of variance of this kind at all. I think there was something like 4, but I have given him my assurance that I was going to look into it and see if we could, very specifically clarify just how many homes would or would not qualify for this. But I'm sorry, because it sounds like there may be very little that anybody could do to stop these subdivisions, because so much of it does seem to be by right. So I just want to make that comment that I do recognize that there is a concern. I'm just afraid that we can't really stop it. And based on what I'm seeing here, I just can't justify, such a very minuscule variance being required here. And especially when I look at these precedents that were provided to me here today, I just can't justify saying no to something that seems so minor when everybody else is doing it by right. Thank you.
Push the button.
Commissioner Plumley?
Yes.
By a recorded vote of 10-1, item 8, DS Investors Incorporated has been recommended for approval. Our next item is item 12, Virginia Electric and Power Company.
Is there a representative for, there we go.
Hi, my name is Krista McDonald. I am here on behalf of Dominion Energy. The project before you today is an expansion of an existing distribution substation. The expansion is purely required to meet safety clearances on the modern technology that we're proposing to replace within the substation. I understood that there were potentially some questions from some of the commissioners.
Question.
Before we move to the commissioners, do we have anyone else to hear?
There are no speakers.
Okay.
Great. Hi, Ms. McDonald. Thank you for being here today. I had a question for you. In our discussion, we talked about, and we're grateful that the applicant has agreed to enhance the landscaping on the property for the substation. But I wanted to ask if you would also be agreeable to maintain, and I'm going to read it for you so that you'll be familiar. So this is condition number 11 that states the applicant shall replace the existing landscaping along North Lynnhaven Road with new landscaping and will install additional landscaping southeast of the entrance on North Lynnhaven Road as depicted by the concept plan. I'd like to add, additionally, the application shall retain a contractor to provide scheduled watering for all new vegetation during the first year of planting.
That's agreeable.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Kemp.
During the informal, it was not quite clear about the southeast corner. If we're on the street facing this site, this would be on the right-hand side of your driveway. On the plat, it shows 2 existing trees to be removed, and those were the ones that had a particular concern the last time around. Do you know, are those the 2 very short, recently planted dead trees?
I believe they are.
Okay, so rather than mature trees, as was tossed around somewhere in here, these are dead trees that haven't been there very long in the first place?
I believe that's accurate.
Oh, okay, very good. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, I've got a question.
Go right ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry, I didn't get your name. Can you say it one more time?
Krista McDonald.
Ms. McDonald, you're an engineer working on this project, is that fair? There's a McDonald Engineering, is that you or not? I'm sorry.
No, we have hired Burns and McDonnell Engineering. I am the permitter that works directly for Dominion.
I see, okay, great. You probably then know, tell me about the nature of this expansion of the substation. I really want to know, I understand there's concern about vegetation, but I want to know whether there will be any additional impacts to neighbors, such as noise or anything else that you could think of with regards to this expansion.
So with this expansion, we're not anticipating any increased output from the station. It's purely to replace aging infrastructure within the substation, which is likely date back to the 1950s and 60s with the modern equivalent of it. We don't anticipate any change to the current noise output.
So there's not going to be additional hums or any sort of increase in the electrical field, you know, I mean, I'm a layman, right? I'm doing my best, that anybody should be concerned with.
No, if anything, in my experience with some of these grid transformation program substations, we've actually seen greater efficiency with the newer equipment. So most of the time, we've actually seen a reduction in things like noise output.
I really appreciate you coming to explain that to the public so we can have that on the record. Thank you.
There are no further questions, no other discussion. I'd like to entertain a motion.
Yes, so I move that we approve the modification for conditions with the revised condition number 11.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Cuellar and seconded by Commissioner Hippen that this item be approved. We're ready for the vote.
The vote is open. Commissioner Plumlee?
Yes.
By a recorded vote of 11-0, item 12, Virginia Electric and Power Company has been recommended for approval as modified. Our next item is item 13, City of Virginia Beach.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of Planning Commission. My name is Tim Copeland. I'm the city's real estate agent, Department of Public Works. This is a straight rezoning request for approximately 1.7 acres of residential zoned R75 property to P1 preservation. It's on Upton Drive near its intersection with Nemo Parkway, and between Hospice House and Red Robin. What more can I tell you?
I have a question.
Yes.
So this was asked in the informal, so I'd like to get your response on this. We are switching a plot of land that is for residential building to a park at a time that Virginia Beach is in desperate need of more housing.
So I think it's
why?
I'm sorry. I think it's a misconception. It's not intended to be a park. There is no dedicated use for this. This request came in through the Civic League to the vice mayor, to the manager, and then to me in Public Works. And there are ideas that have been talked about that can be used, one of which the city is always looking for opportunities to plant trees. So that was a suggested use, but there's been no dedicated use identified at this point. Yes, it is zoned R7.5. The property does have some site constraints. It's approximately 167 feet at its widest point off of Upton. It has 64 feet of easements that come off of the lake Those also include Dominion easements to service Hospice House. It has a 20-foot drainage easement that bifurcates the property, basically separating it into two pieces. So the opportunity, while it's there by right R75 zoning, the reality of it is it would be challenged to be developed residentially.
That's what I was wondering. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Camp?
Thank you, Mr. Copeland. Appreciate you being here today.
Yes, sir.
A couple of my questions may not be for you. The staff report we received did not mention anything about a civic league. In the informal, we were told that there was something going on with City Council in a closed session meeting. It seems like we've heard a lot of different versions on how this wound up here, and that's very hard for us as lay people when we get a staff report that we rely upon to understand what is the nature of what's going on here. It's also peculiar to have a P1 preservation parcel, which the landscaping division of Parks and Rec is going to take care of, coming not from Parks and Rec, but coming out of Public Works. The whole thing is just unusual. And I'm not saying that there's something wrong with it, but it's been really hard to figure out what this is about. Among the questions I have here, and again, if staff would help Mr. Copeland, because I don't know who the right person is to answer it, is this a buildable lot given the constraints that he has described? And if it is, how many units do we think are legitimately buildable here as housing as owned?
The parcel legally exists and has residential zoning on it. It would be hard for us to estimate, but I wouldn't think that we would be able to secure more than 4 or maybe 5 lots at most, but that would require some rework of the stormwater pipe that's bisecting the property, the easements as well. It's in the sub-area 2 of the ACUS footprint, so we couldn't zone at a higher density than those around, but maybe 4 or 5 units at best.
Thank you. What I have observed throughout this entire day is the private market going to really extreme effort to squeeze out another house here, to put one in over there, to find a place for infill development, which is a priority under both the existing and the new, or the previous and the newly adopted comp plan. And here we have an opportunity for 4 or 5 new homes. So I wish that some of this, again, would have been in the staff report to more clearly explain why all of these other applications are scrapping for a house, and here where we could put several times that onto a lot, the city's going to keep it off the tax rolls for, as I just heard, an unstated purpose. It's not a park. If I understand right, and again, please correct me, on Upton Road, there are already 5 parks. If I go down Nimmo, there are already parks. The city council just approved a plan, the needs analysis development plan, to help prioritize the dollars we have and the land we have and say where we need it most. Well, that's not in the staff report. And I looked myself. I looked this up, and it said that this is within 10-minute walks of parks. This is an area that is not underserved. So it's peculiar. And I'm not yet convinced as to why this shouldn't go for the housing that is such an overwhelming priority. And I hate to keep referencing Westneck, but it was really a monumental decision to go take preservation land affecting hundreds of homes and take that out after 25 years. And here we're doing the opposite. It's already set for housing, but no, we ought to make this preservation in an area that's served by transportation. It's near jobs, it's near shopping, it's near other homes. And as far as trees, it's a vacant lot right now. I even asked the question, are there trees that we're trying to save here? Is that what makes it special? There aren't. There are some weed trees along the waterfront over there, probably part of the stormwater strategy, and I assume they or something like them would stay. So I don't get it. I'm not convinced why this should be something else, and I will certainly if it would help the Civic League speak to its desire, because nobody's heard from them, then let's take a deferral on this and hear what it is that this is all about. That's fine with me. That's, I think, all I had to say.
So are you?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Plumley. Commissioner.
I wholeheartedly agree with what Commissioner Camp has said. And quite honestly, I don't know if this has been put out for a request for proposal to persons that could, developers in our city that could take advantage of this site, but we need the housing. And there's been very little disclosed with this application from the city. So if a deferral would garner more information, I'm all for it. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I do have a motion for you then. I do move to defer this for 30 days, one meeting, so that the other parties of interest might be able to speak.
Can I speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Before we do, I've been trying to talk before we started making motions. I just want to make sure that everybody noticed that in the application, it's referencing the hospice facility that's right next door. So we have now been told, just make sure I understand correctly from you, that this piece of land is not particularly easy to develop, especially because there's so many, I guess you'd say, encumbrances in terms of the utilities and so forth in reference to it. But it's also, they're trying to make the space next to this hospice facility, which is right behind my house, frankly, a little bit down. They're trying to make it quiet so that people can, basically die in peace. So it sounds like the land is not really something we can develop in any real way without it being very expensive. And they're trying to connect it with this hospice facility right next to it. So then the hospice facility would have peaceful land on one side, peaceful land where the park is on the other, and relatively peaceful land on the other side, since it's not really very developable land. But I understand if you do want to defer it, I do understand, except that from what I'm hearing, it sounds like we have the basic information we need to make the decision. But if you want to defer, that's fine.
Mr. Chair, I made a motion. I've not heard a second. I don't know if there's a second out there.
I'll second. Okay, it has been moved by Commissioner Camp and seconded by Commissioner Cromwell that we defer this item for 30 days. Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open.
I'm going to oppose the deferral.
Commissioner Plumley,
Yes.
by a recorded vote of 10-1, item 13, City of Virginia Beach, has been recommended for a 30-day deferral. Our next item is item 16, Debbie's Daycare LLC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Planning Commission. George Dillon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing the applicant, Debbie's Daycare, with respect to its application for a conditional use permit for a family daycare home located at 757 Hilltop Road, Virginia Beach, Virginia. At the onset, we would like to thank Ms. Bauer and planning staff for their thorough review of this application and respectfully note that staff has recommended approval of the CUP. Staff concluded that the proposed use is compatible with surrounding neighborhood, consistent with the comprehensive plan, and provides a much needed and valuable service to the community. This application involves a modest residential daycare operation within an existing single-family home, which is zoned R7.5. Importantly, the residential character of the property will remain unchanged. No exterior modifications or commercial signage are proposed, and the property will continue to appear and function as a residential home. As a matter of clarification, Mr. Chair, I believe staff informed you that in the informal, there is no health department violation that was ever noted at this property. In fact, it was the Virginia Department of Education that informed my client that she needed to have a cup as well as be licensed for any children over 4. So I would like to say notably, Ms. Norton has operated a daycare from this property for more than 30 years without incident, complaints, or any known adverse impacts to the surrounding neighborhood. The application before the commission this afternoon seeks formal approval to continue that long-standing operation in compliance with all applicable city and state requirements. The daycare will be operated by Ms. Norton with the assistance of only one additional employee, her adult daughter, who lives with her at the property. And enrollment will be capped at a maximum of 12 children, subject to applicable state licensing requirements. As reflected in the staff report, planning staff carefully evaluated concerns relating to traffic, parking, and neighborhood compatibility. In response, staff recommended multiple conditions specifically designed to minimize any potential impacts, including staggered drop-off and pickup times, limitations on parking, limitations on staffing and enrollment, maintenance of the enclosed outdoor play area, and continued, and most importantly, continued state licensing and city oversight. Importantly, traffic impacts are expected to remain minimal. In addition to staggered pickup and drop-off times, several of the children that will be enrolled that were previously enrolled are siblings, thereby reducing the number of vehicle trips associated with the daycare. Additionally, 2 children currently walk to the daycare with their parents because they are located within the neighborhood. These practical realities further reduce any potential traffic or parking impacts associated with the operation. Additionally, the proposed operation will be subject to, as I stated previously, Virginia Department of Education's licensing requirements applicable to family day home services servicing 5 to 12 children. As part of that process, the Commonwealth will independently evaluate and regulate the daycare to ensure compliance with applicable health, safety, staffing, and operational requirements. Accordingly, this operation will remain subject not only to the conditions imposed by this commission and city council, but also to ongoing state oversight and regulation. It's important to note substantial community support for this application. While 2 letters of opposition were received, mainly related to traffic, the concern with traffic, the applicant has received 12 signatures on a community petition and 6 additional independent letters of support from neighbors and community members familiar with both Ms. Norton and the property. The support reflects the community's confidence that this use will operate responsibly and compatibly with the neighborhood. Importantly, once again, this is not a new or untested use. Rather, it is a long-standing neighborhood daycare operation that has peacefully coexisted within this community, this particular neighborhood, for decades without known incident or disruption. Ultimately, this application presents an opportunity for the applicant to continue providing a vital childcare services to her neighborhood and the greater community at large while maintaining the residential character and integrity of the neighborhood. And with leave of this council, with this commission, Ms. Norton would like to come up and say a few words.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please state your name for the record.
Do I need to answer any questions or you just want me to tell my story?
Just state your name first.
Deborah Norton.
Okay. And then whatever you want to say, go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that I have been in the home since 1987. Started my daycare then. was able to stay home and raise my children and help many of the people in the neighborhood. They all know me as Miss Debbie. And being a single mom, a divorced single mom, many of those years, it sustained me and my children. And then as the years went on, I got married again, was able to keep my daycare pretty small because I had the second income. But then he unexpectedly passed away 5 years ago, and COVID had happened, and my daughter lost her job. And then her relationship broke up. So now she's moved in with me, and we're working together. So we'd like to increase the number of children for our income purposes. And we have got several families that are waiting for us to get our license so they can come back. We had to let them go because we can only have 4 until we get the license. And there was many tears when that happened, and they are waiting in the wings. So I very much appreciate the approval.
Thank you.
Further questions?
Do we have any speakers signed up for this item?
We have one speaker, Andrew Gibbs. There are no other speakers.
Is he in the room?
Andrew Gibbs? No, I do not believe so.
All righty. Are there any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Camp and then Commissioner Byler.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming down today. I appreciate that you've been running a daycare, if my math is right here, for 40 years, 39 years. Mm-hmm. Do I understand that at one point you had more than 4 kids under your care?
I did. I was very unknowledgeable about the requirements.
So how did you find out that whatever number you had was too many?
Well, when my daughter started working with me, it was really small until she started working with me, and then we took on some extras because we needed the money. And it was brought to our attention that we needed to be licensed to have more than 4. And then we also needed the cup, which I'd never heard of before. So that's when we said goodbye to some people, and we'll see you hopefully in a couple months. And we've been working ever since then to get things right.
Commissioner Camp, I can answer that directly. The Virginia Department of Education came to her house. She allowed them in graciously. They reviewed everything. She was not issued a citation. She wasn't given anything other than, I'm sorry, you need to apply for a conditional use permit and licensing. And she immediately complied. This was in February of 2026. And since then, as you can imagine, as a widow and, also her daughter being a single mother, this is their income. And so but they're going through the proper processes at this point.
I appreciate that. I'm trying to square the issue that was presented to us today. I know you dealt with it generally, but this helps us that there was immediate compliance upon knowledge. We're talking about an issue, if I understand it, that's only 3 months old, and you're already here before us now trying to get under the correct regulatory structure. Is that generally correct?
That's correct, Commissioner Camp.
Okay, thank you so much.
Vice Chair.
I have a question for you and a question for our clerk. My question for you is, apparently DOE received a complaint, and that's why they came out to investigate. Do you know the nature of the complaint or why they chose?
We have no complaints that I know of.
I spoke with the Department of Education. It was not a complaint. We don't know if it was someone that was disgruntled, or we really don't know where it arose. It's anonymous. They won't tell us. But I can tell you that in speaking with the Department of Education, she was not issued a citation. They confirmed that she was in compliance. And even when they went in, they were very shocked at how amazing the operations were. You've seen the pictures, brand new fence, amazing playground for the children. There was no citation issued at that time. They just basically said, ma'am, you have to reduce the number and you have to apply for a license.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, the speaker who had signed up but is no longer available, do we know if that speaker was in support or opposition?
They were in support.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't even know who that is.
Any further discussion, questions, motions?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner March and a second by, was that Commissioner Schoonover? Are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Plumlee,
I'm abstaining from this matter for reasons set forth in a letter with the city attorney's office. Thank you.
by a recorded vote of 10-0 with one abstention from Commissioner Plumlee, item 16, Debbie's Daycare LLC has been recommended for approval. Our final item is item 17, First Colonial Development LLC.
Sorry to pull this off consent and keep you all around a little bit longer. My name is Greg Schmidt with Kimley Horn. I'm the agent for the applicant for 601 Nevin Road. This particular project is a largely an adaptive reuse of an existing site. We're trying to get, as staff had defined, a intermediate use into that facility. One, to bring some revenue, one, to bring some services to the community members located within Virginia Beach. The site itself will be developed as a golf cart or low-speed vehicle sales center. There will be rentals, as was mentioned in the informal and in the staff report. The rentals and sales are both trailered off of the site. The conditions clearly state where test drives and how that transaction is to occur to prevent any traffic violations from customers. So this is, the particular tenant is Boterra Golf Carts. This will be their first facility in Virginia. They have 20 other locations kind of up and down the East Coast in similar kind of atmospheres, you know, the Myrtle Beaches, the other beach towns, and then some of your more larger metropolitan areas. As was discussed and shown on the site plan, we do plan to invest a fair amount of money into enhancing the landscaping. While the building will simply be freshened up, there will be interior renovations to make it a more usable sales floor for the low-speed vehicles. There are particular investments in where we're locating those sales vehicles outside on the site, the enhanced landscaping to be in code compliance with that display area, and then some additional landscaping kind of along the street frontages, the building frontage, and the adjacent parcels to kind of bring that more into conformance with the latest versions of the zoning ordinance. Not to belabor, you know, why we requested it be pulled off of consent and discussed here, there is one condition in particular, condition number 1, that we wanted to have a discussion about, and that's related to a 5-year clause to come back and reapply for a conditional use permit. We have a 7-year term lease with our tenant. The simple request would be that we extend the 5 to 7 so we can live out the life of the investment that is going into the property, and then for the sake of the tenant, into their inventory. I think there's some other ways we could work it to be favorable, but I think at this point, we're hoping that we can agree that at the 7-year term of the lease, if we wanted to continue operations, we would come back and reapply. And this is something that consistently has been recommended by staff across other SGAs, and I think y'all are familiar with. And the time ranges have somewhat varied depending on the SGA and where it is and what development applications are kind of seen coming forth. So with that, I'll kind of pause for questions, but that is our ask and why we requested it be pulled off of consent.
Vice Chair.
Sir, thank you for your explanation. I appreciate your candor. I'm not going to tell you how they should run their business. I understand you're with Kimley Horn. You're not a representative actually of the business, but of engineering. So there are some significant points of what you've shared with me. There is not a big capital outlay on this. There's some landscaping, some new signs, some interior renovation, painting carpet, whatever. But this is not a big capital outlay. Every time we go against our SGA and our comp plan, we are delaying the progress of the city, and we're delaying the future, if you will. That's a big site prime for redevelopment. And when we take a small section of it and tie it up, it delays redevelopment of the whole area, in my opinion. I presume that their lease is predicated upon their getting this conditional use permit. So why don't they go back to their landlord and renegotiate the terms of the lease and say, we need a 5-year lease instead of a 7-year lease? That makes more sense to me than coming to the city and asking us to delay progress. So I personally will not support 7. I will support 5, but I do it hesitantly because I know when I do that, I'm holding up the progress of the city.
I know that was more of a statement than a question. You know, I will say our particular applicant is, you know, the contract purchaser for some of the other parcels. We've been in close coordination with the owner of Las Palmas, who's also kind of a direct adjacent business owner on that block. The applicant does intend to do other by right improvements that are largely in conformance with the SGA. This is an intermediate use for this particular property. I can understand the consistency and sentiment with the SGA, but this is part of a bigger plan and a part of you know, the applicant is local. We're trying to do something that is good for Hilltop for the foreseeable future. Larger redevelopment opportunities, assemblages take often more than 5 years alone to pull together and accomplish.
Well, I do appreciate that they're taking an empty building and making something positive out of it. I really do appreciate that, putting it back in the tax rolls and making it look better. So all of that's positive. But my question, if it is one, and you're right, it's more of a statement, is instead of coming to the city and asking for a longer conditional use permit, why don't they go to the landlord and ask for a shorter lease?
Understood.
Commissioner Camp?
I can't answer that directly. I do have the applicant here if they would like to speak to that, but Commissioner Camp, if you'd like to.
Commissioner Camp?
Thank you. So when we went on the site visit, this same issue came up, and what we were told by staff was that the investment in the facility was, I don't want to say nominal, but it was not going to involve a lot of rework of the site. You've referenced a couple things, and I appreciate that my colleague, and who I'm right with in spirit here, didn't ask it in a question, so I'll just try to make it easy and ask a question. Is your client, please describe the nature of the investment that your client is intending to make on this site, so then we can properly weigh that against the extension of years to amortize that you are asking for.
Sure. I think in the grand scheme of what we're trying to do here, the interior renovation, the landscaping, there will be some pavement removal to facilitate the landscaping. There will be some pavement improvements, restriping. You know, all said and done, we're still talking order of magnitude, probably $300,000 to $400,000 of investment in the property alone. And then the inventory that the tenant plans to keep on site, which I know is, you know, it's their capital investment. But, you know, they would probably have a similar $300,000 to $400,000 of inventory on site at one time.
Sure. Just to be clear, I was asking about the site itself. I appreciate the business has its own capital investment, and you've helped me understand what you're asking us to weigh. A investment in the site, $300,000 to $400,000, should that be given a 5-year term or a 7-year term for the public purposes that Commissioner Vice Chair Byler has described as countervailing? Thank you.
Thank you.
You gonna call on me now?
Unless Chairman Costin would like.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So my question ties in with Commissioner Byler, because you answered part of it, but you didn't answer the question. Is the lease contingent upon getting this application approved. Because she asked, why don't you go back and ask for a 5-year lease? So are you tied into a 7-year lease right now, or is it contingent upon the application?
Since I am not a real estate professional, if I could call on the applicant to come up and speak on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How's it going? My name is Wick Smith. I am the applicant with First Colonial Development, and I can answer your questions about what we're doing and how much money we're spending and how it's all tied together. A large piece of the, to answer your question about the 7-year term, that was a lender requirement that we had. This is the first phase. We're under contract on a couple of parcels, and this is the first project that we're going to be able to execute. And as such, they asked that we get a 7-year term because a 5 was not what they felt enough to justify the level of investment that we're putting into the acquisition and the whole project.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
When you say you're the investor in several properties, you mean it's contiguous with where you are?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I've got a question for staff. If they're allowed to have a 5-year conditional use permit, what is the process for the other 2? You just give them another 5 years, and is that done?
The way the condition is currently written is they would need to reapply and come back through this process.
So you have to come through the whole process again? There is no go before the council?
As the condition is written currently, it's to reapply.
Okay. All righty. Any other discussion?
Can the condition, this is for staff, can the condition be modified so that it's requesting an extension rather than a full reapplication?
I'm going to look to the attorney, but yes, we could do an administrative extension for up to 2 years if the body wants to put a cap on how long the extension could be granted administratively.
Yes, you can do that, and I don't want to speak for staff, but you may want to direct some sort of qualification for what would make them eligible or ineligible for that renewal, since I think the intent for the time limitation is kind of like a wait and see where we are, so I don't know how definitive that is for them to make that decision. So you might just want to provide some guidance on that.
Yes, I would love some guidance on that. Please and thank you.
So without detailed language here, we could say something with respect to the assessment of redevelopment efforts in the area.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Plumley again with the question.
Go ahead.
This is the disadvantage I have with not being there with the light that I can just turn on. So I appreciate this accommodation from everyone. I really do. I want to ask the applicant if we could put back on the screen the full site with all 4 parcels. I don't know if we're able to do that. I don't see it yet.
It's on in the chambers.
Okay, great. So, Mr. Schmidt, we're not just talking about the site for the rental and sales of low-speed vehicles. We're talking about developing all 4 of these parcels. Is that accurate? I want to make sure I understood that correctly.
Yes, that's the case.
And with, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, it would be 3 parcels. The Las Palmas property is not part of the overall redevelopment efforts.
And this is my district, so I'm very interested in this. And this Las Palmas property, is that it would be the top left of the 4 parcels, is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you give us, I think, just a little more detail on the planned redevelopment of all 3 of those parcels, and what's the intent of the future development there?
So the front retail strip that fronts on First Colonial, and we've taken this as far as having a pre-application meeting with city planning staff and development services staff. But what we are trying to accomplish there is bring in some upgraded tenants to that facility. Some of that right now, based on the tenants that we are pursuing, would involve the segregation of the corner building at Donna and First Colonial from the rest of the strip. So we'd actually be taking a section of the strip center out, and then we'd be leaving the rest of the strip for anywhere from 2 to 3 other tenants. With the separation of the two buildings, right now we're pursuing a national bank facility. The other retainage piece of the strip, we're still in negotiations and having the conversations, but we've been looking at some sit-down restaurant and some other medical service type developments. With the development of the bank that we've already presented to the Development Services Center in a pre-application meeting, this would be a full facade improvement on the retail strip. This would be improvements to the site, landscaping, pavement improvements, and then parking improvements as well. So that's kind of where...
That's very important to me. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Smith. It's very important to me because if there is a key condition in the tranche for lending, for the outlay for the full purchase, so this can be uniformly developed by one developer, and it hinges on 5 to 7, I think that's really the key point here. Because I don't want to wait until the city finally does redevelopment, and there are no plans for redevelopment currently for this SGA. So we can say we're dreaming of something for the future and every corner is going to have a latte station at it, or we can look at what's presented to us. And what I'm gathering from, and I don't want to overstate this, if I am, just tell me, what I'm gathering from the applicant, if we can't get this to 7 years, they may not get the initial financing to take on this project for all 3 parcels. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, sir, that's correct. And to more directly address Commissioner Byler and Hippin's question, the lease would be contingent on achieving the CUP for the motor vehicle sales for low-speed vehicles. So Commissioner Plumlee is correct. The acquisition, the lender terms for that acquisition to create a larger assemblage, and while we're not proposing to re-subdivide at this time, it would put these 2 parcels today, it does include 3 buildings, into one ownership.
Thank you.
I was just going to say that based upon the testimony, I'd like to move that we make the change to 7 years.
Second.
It has been moved by Commissioner Schoonover and seconded by Commissioner Plumlee that we extend the conditional use permit time to 7 years.
Now, I would like to ask if that is with the language that I requested. Or is that 7 years period, not 5?
Ms. Schoonover?
7 years, based on his request, which is 7 years.
Commissioner Byler?
I may not get a second, but I offer a substitute motion that it be approved with the recommended 5-year conditional use permit with an administrative extension of 2 years based on staff approval at that time.
Is there a second? Wait a minute, I've got some more discussion.
I'm going to second that motion so that we can continue with our progress.
Okay, we have a substitute motion on the floor. Commissioner?
So there needs to be a vote to, someone needs to make a motion to make the substitute motion the main motion.
I move that the substitute motion be the primary motion for this vote.
Second.
Is there discussion on this?
Yeah, can we have a discussion?
Yes. Go right ahead, Commissioner Camp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. in an effort to help staff, in an effort to help applicants, this is yet another example today. If we would have had a little better information up front, I think we would have gotten right there. If we understood we weren't just talking about a low-speed vehicle rental in an unused building and trying to figure out the economics of that versus the potential for redeveloping an entire block, which, thank you, Commissioner Plumlee, for bringing out, those are two very different ideas. And to Commissioner Byler's point about the SGA and realizing the plan's aspirations, it's helpful to understand this bigger picture. And I would ask everyone to please give us these kinds of information, if they're known, to help us reach these things more quickly instead of this laborious process.
Commissioner Anderson.
Question to the applicant, Mr. Smith. With the updated request, what happens with the financing application for if we do 5 years with a administrative add-on at the end of 5 years? Does that create issues on your financing?
I'll find out when I call the lender after leaving this meeting.
So I applaud your commitment and your investment, but I also feel like we have an obligation as we are growing. And so I'm hoping that the lender will provide you some grace in this negotiation and that the onus can't always be like on the city. I mean, this is a partnership, and I think with continued dialogue and always more information, I know I want to continue to work and see your success in that area as well. But I do support Commissioner Byler, and I stand with my vote today.
I understand and appreciate that. I can respect the things that staff is trying to do with this and get everything redeveloped in a cohesive manner, and that makes sense. So
Send the lender a copy of this video and they'll understand.
Okay.
So I see Commissioner Schoonover and Hippen.
I'm concerned that we are now putting this applicant in a difficult situation, and they've already made it clear they intend to develop the rest of this property. I'm just not really sure that I fully understand this objection to 7 years when we're already talking about making it easier to extend it, but it sounds like we're risking his financing, especially if this lender can't tell us right now on the spot that he can still have it. I just don't want to risk this business, especially that this is going to bring us long-term development in the area.
Mike had his.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Okay, well, I was going to speak to what Commissioner Plumlee stated. This is his district, okay? He says that there are no current plans for development in the SGA at this time. Is that correct? Somebody from staff rescue me.
So for the Hilltop SGA, there's development throughout the SGA on several parcels, but there's no master development plan that's coming in at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Monjani?
Oh, did Plumlee want to say something? Commissioner Plumlee?
Okay. Commissioner Plumlee?
Thank you. And again, I just want to say how beautiful you all look on the television screen. It's amazing.
We miss you.
You do look amazing. I didn't know how handsome and wonderful you all are, but it's incredible from where I sit.
Grazie, Commissioner.
Grazie. Prego. Okay, so here's, and Catherine, you know I understand where you're coming from, but this is a 2-year period of time to make the difference, to lock in this lease and get financing on something. Right now, this we've got a lingerie place there. We've got some empty buildings. It's blight. I'd like to get rid of the blight in this district. This is a small notch from 5 to 7. And there is, as Catherine, as Kathy said, there is no master redevelopment plan. So it will be years. And I frankly believe from talking to the applicant and discussions today that they want to do some great things for First Colonial. So I put that out there for everybody's consideration. I fully respect everyone's motivation and their opinions. So thank you.
I'm very sympathetic to the applicant on this and definitely want to move forward with the development there. I'm just concerned that other applicants will come and say, hey, you gave an exception here, why not give an exception to me? Just want to put it out there.
So, Commissioner March? Yeah, just want to speak briefly on the, on what was given to us, and I'm sure that had all that information. It sounds like they had preliminary meetings with the Department of, the Service Department to be able to talk about the future of this development, but in front of us was just a single conditional use permit, and I believe that staff may not have been even aware of the initial conversations to be able to provide us with any further information. Am I making a correct assumption?
So we'll go back and review this case. I'm not sure that we were aware of the adjacent parcels and hopes for redevelopment there. It's a great thing, obviously. And the application at hand is for this one piece. And so you're just supposed to be considering that.
Yeah. So as we're just considering this one without the other information, I think it makes sense with that 5-year and a 2. But with new information that we have about the potential for development, looking at the loan opportunities, and they would be one tenant within a newer development or an infill development, and I think their tenantship is helpful for the loan to go through. So if they don't have that 7 years, I think that they're going to have an issue getting the opportunity for future development in that area. And if that's what we're looking for, then it may be something that's worth considering, because right now we're going to be with no plans for development, especially on any of these parcels right there. It would be a while before development happens. So if we are looking for progress in a certain area, this SGA, it may be worth considering the 7 years. And that's just, I just wanted to put that out there. And without the full 7 years, it may jeopardize the future of that development.
I have a question for the applicant and your attorney. Because there's so much question about what's going on around it and the totality of what you're doing in that city block, would you consider deferring to next month to get more information in front of us?
I would prefer to have the 5 with the 2-year extension, because the lease delivery date for this tenant is critical upon being open during the summer.
Roger that.
And I'm subject to penalties if I can't deliver by a certain date.
Roger that, understood.
If you want to text him right now, I can keep asking questions to delay it, the vote. You can text the lender. No?
Yeah, I will, if I could elaborate just briefly, like the reason the materials were submitted a certain way and presented a certain way is because this is a specific application to this specific portion of the site. While we have bigger plans for what we're trying to do on these 3 parcels, it's applicable in the grand schemes of this is all under one applicant, all one ownership, and that's the goal. But it's not, necessarily as applicable to the decision. But it is something that we are trying to invest in and make, bring to fruition.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have, go ahead.
Call for the question.
Thank you, sir. The fact that you said you'd rather go ahead with the vote today on 5-year with an administrative extension to 7 tells me you must have had some discussions with the lender about this and you're ready to move forward?
We're ready to move forward, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. I believe someone's called for the vote. Now, this vote is on the substitute motion.
Yes.
The substitute motion as the main motion. Pardon me, could the clerk repeat the motion for us just for clarity? That we're having the substitute motion is the main motion.
So the first vote will be to make the substitute motion the primary motion. If that motion passes, then we'll take a vote on that motion as the primary.
I think she's asking you what is the motion. Could you repeat the motion?
I got it.
Yes. So my motion is to make the substitute motion the main motion.
Give me the substitute.
And just for clarification, the substitute motion that was made, it's my understanding that it is to modify the condition that this conditional use permit be for 5 years, at which time it will expire unless it is administratively renewed, and it can be administratively renewed for up to a period of 2 years, given the development progress in the area.
Right, because the current condition is 5 years, so I'm adding a 2-year administrative condition. They will not need to come back before this governing body. That can be handled administratively.
And the standard by which staff is reviewing for that administrative renewal is
Correct.
the progress of development in the area.
Correct.
So we ready for the question?
What is, this is the secondary, and what's the primary motion?
That is just to modify the condition to a 7-year conditional use permit.
Thank you.
So are we ready for the vote?
The vote is open. Commissioner Plumley,
I did the second. I guess I'll second.
I'll vote no.
by a recorded vote of 7-4, the motion to make the submotion the main motion has passed.
Now, I call for the vote on the motion that is on the floor currently. So it's with all the conditions that the staff report gave, but we've added to it an extension of a 2-year administrative extension where the applicant will not need to come back before this governing body again.
Second.
Okay, has been moved by Commissioner
Can I just
Viola,
make,
seconded by Commissioner Hippen.
yeah. Can I just make, I'm just very concerned we might be killing this whole project, but I'm going to vote to support their backup plan, but I'm deeply, deeply concerned we're killing their deal.
Well, I want to be on the record as well that hasn't this 5-year requirement been out there for at least a week? They could have run it by the lender in that week.
I don't understand your question, ma'am.
Oh, I was making, like Commissioner Schoonover, I wasn't having a question, I just had a statement as well. It's been out there for a week about the 5-year requirement. They could have run it by the lender during that 1 week.
Just for matters of discussion, we are just making a recommendation, and City Council can also change it to do however they feel, so.
And just to go along with the party here, I think, Catherine, you clarified that this administrative review is subject to reviewing the plans of that side, and that helps me to support this. Thank you.
So are we ready for the vote?
Call the question, please.
The vote is open. Commissioner Plumley,
Yes.
by a recorded vote of 10-1, item 17, First Colonial Development LLC has been recommended for approval as modified.
Madam Clerk, was that our last item?
That was our last item.
Yes.
Thank you for participating in today's Planning Commission hearing. Meeting is adjourned.